Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for joining the YouTube channel and finding the channel. We have a great one for you tonight. We sit down every single month. We've been sitting down with fellow streamers, fellow community members, anybody that we can get your hands on. We can do an interview with. We have done it, and this one is great. We sat down with one of our OGs of the channel from when we started, before we were an affiliate over on Twitch. And he's a great fucking awesome dude, and you're gonna love him after this interview. His name is NinjaRooster88, and he is a great guy, and you're gonna love this interview because we talked about Star Wars in the month of May, which is Star Wars month. We talked about military and a bunch of life things that we talk about with everybody, and we got to know Ninja Rooster way better than we ever have before. So definitely stick around. You're gonna want to watch this, and this is a great one for you. So stay right here. We're gonna start 30 seconds right in before the stream starts, and here we go. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Liquid Music Entertainment right here on YouTube. Welcome all gamers, music lovers, Force users all around the world. Oh my god, in the galaxy, let's freaking go. It's Star Wars month, it's co-host day. Oh my goodness, I am so fucking ready. And if you're 18 years of age, you are in the right place, but yet you might not be. And I don't know why my camera's off. What the hell is going on?
Welcome, Wheel.
Well then, hi. I had everything set up, but this screen right here, what's going on? I'm a pro streamer, I know, but y'all, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate y'all. I am super excited about tonight because we get to really get down and dirty in some of the questions we get to do. We get to talk to another fellow veteran, and we also get to talk about Star Wars. So I can't wait to sit down and actually debut what we're actually doing. So we have some cool stuff going on, and I can't wait to show it to you. What we're gonna do really first here is I have some what we call it, the if I could talk today. Oh my goodness. What is going on with my freaking camera shit? Wow. All right then. For some reason, I'm a fucking pro gamer. But anyway, it's Star Wars month, and we wanted to talk to somebody that has a little bit of knowledge of Star Wars. So we wanted to talk to a fellow veteran, and we also wanted to bring on another guest that we haven't been on the stage or the co-host role at all. So for without further ado, let me go ahead and give you the intro that I wrote because I'm trying to get better at these interviews here. So our co-host for tonight, and I want to make sure I have the button here. Our co-host tonight is a well-known jack of all trades, supports many different streamers. Lonely girl, thank you so much. Supports many different streamers, a Discord manipulator, an OG/VIP to this channel, specialist armory veteran, and a reason why almost 4 years ago, you have all the unlocked emotes. Here he is, your friend and mine, the first time on camera in this channel. Yes, let's give it up for NinjaRooster88. Let's fucking go. Look at that. He's right there. What's going on, brother? How you doing? I swear I have a microphone on here. So let's see why my shit isn't broken here. Oh, you have yourself muted. Okay, I was like, wait a second. Oh no, I have it muted. I'm a fucking pro streamer right here, I'll tell you. Butterfly Garden Gaming, thank you so much for the watch streak.
Is it broken here?
Oh, I can hear you now.
There it goes.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
How's things, by the way? Good to see you. And when I say good to see you, I'm like, we don't get to video chat very often, and things like this don't happen very often. So this is what we're gonna do. And the camera, I don't know what's.
Internet is not the best where I'm at right now.
Oh, go figure. Well, either way, we'll do the best we can. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Allie. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Wheels is here. We see Butterfly Garden Gaming. What else have we see? Wheel. Oh, I said Wheels already. I'm repeating myself here. And everybody that's lurking, thank you so much. I appreciate you. We do this every single month. We bring in an early co-host. We try to determine which topics we're going to discuss. And since it's Star Wars month, we want to start talking about Star Wars a little bit. Then we're going to get into a little bit of being a veteran, because obviously we're both veterans. You ended up, if I remember correctly, we talked about this earlier, a specialist. And we'll get more into that part of it.
Welcome,
and all that stuff. So I know most of everybody that's in the channel knows who you are. If someone's catching the video on YouTube or live right now and don't know who you are, introduce yourself. Tell me a little bit about yourself here.
So you pretty much hit the ball on the nail on the head. I've been watching you and helping support you since you started. I've been so my first career was I was in the Army. I was in the Army for almost 10 years. Did 2 years of reserves, almost 8 years of active duty service. After that, I started to branch out. Went to attempt to become a corrections officer in the state of Texas. That didn't work out too well because of things on my body. Then tried to do state trooper.
NinjaRooster88.
Unfortunately, I was disqualified due to a polygraph test because my brain said something. My brain said I was lying, which I wasn't lying, but it's just the question itself made it seem like I was lying because it was an unsure answer. But after that, I went into commercial driving. And then after that, it was school and retail again.
Well, you said you were active duty. Like, I know we'll get more into detail here a little bit, but let's start like where you started from, and how did you end up in Texas, and how did you end up where you're at now?
Okay, so first duty station was in Illinois. That was my reserve spot. It was Fort Sheridan, which is just south of Great Lakes Naval Base. I'm trying to remember the exact town, but I think it's Deerfield is technically where it's at. I'm not 100% sure. Unfortunately, that base is technically almost completely closed. But after I was there, I wanted to do active duty, so I put some forms in and got transferred out. But I did basic training at Fort Jackson, South Carolina. After that, I went to Fort Lee, Virginia for my first school. Then I went to do drill. After that, when I went to go active duty, I reclassed, which means I transferred my jobs. I changed jobs. Became a medic. Went down to Fort Time Houston and San Antonio. After that, I was supposed to go to Louisiana, but instead they changed my orders and sent me to Germany, where I was in Germany for a few years, deployed out of Germany, re-enlisted for duty station choice, went to Hawaii. While I was in Hawaii, I did technically some TDY to Korea. I didn't actually PCS, I just did TDY, which is TDY is a temporary duty assignment. So that way I didn't move. I stayed on the same, basically same timeline for when my time was up in Hawaii. So I didn't have to extend or anything like that.
How did you like Hawaii while you were there?
After that, Hawaii sucked.
Really? You would think that as visitors it'd be there, but people that live there might say a different story for sure.
So I was in Hawaii from 2012 to 2014. Well, sorry. No, I'm sorry. I was there from 2011 or 2010, late 2010 to 2014.
Wow. Okay.
So early It's timeline is really bad. Sorry, early 2010 to no, because I was deployed in 2010. It was 2012 to 2014 when I was there. Um, when I was there, a gallon of gas was like $4.50. Now, back in 2010, a gallon of gas in the States was right around like $1,
Yeah.
$70 gallon.
Jeez.
A gallon of milk was almost $9 a gallon.
Oh my gosh. Because the import prices, I'm guessing.
So, yep,
Yeah.
because everything was imported, prices are always going to be massively more. After Hawaii, I went to Texas. I went to Fort Hood, which is in central Texas. It's actually located in the town of Killeen. If anyone knows where that is, they'll understand.
They'll understand. I love it.
But after that, I ETS'd I left the Army in 2014, early 2014 is when I left. So.
And then you ended up where you're at now, or did you just stay in the Texas area for quite a while?
No, yeah. I stayed in Texas. I stayed in Texas for a little bit, and then I moved back up into the Chicago area afterwards.
Like, were you like, did you have roots in Chicago, or did you like end up going there for other reasons? Like you knew?
No, I grew up in this area.
Okay, that's what I had a feeling. I remembered like talking about that, but so when you were in Hawaii, like kind of like Hawaii and then Texas, like all these different places in Illinois, is there like a specific like favorite, like you would prefer to be here versus where you're at now, or do you prefer to
Texas.
where you're at now? Yeah, why Texas more than
Texas?
Why Texas?
So first of all, the reason I would prefer to be in Texas is because one thing that Illinois has that's a very unusual thing is called a FOID card. FOID card is a firearms ownership identification card.
Mm-hmm.
So I cannot legally purchase a weapon or ammo without a FOID card. Now, what a FOID card is in the state of Illinois, now I think there's like half a dozen to like maybe 10 states that do something similar. It's basically a way for them to tax you so that you can own weapons.
Oh.
What a FOID card technically does is every single state has hard checks when you purchase a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they do like a full background check. They do, they go really far into your background for criminal, mental, or anything of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the FOID card is. So when I go to, let's say, a gun store with a FOID card, what they'll do is that's my hard check. Then all they do is they do a soft check. That's why a lot of people don't understand the concept of background checks.
Mm-hmm.
When I go, once I have my FOID card, it's a soft check, so they're just checking to see if anything else has changed. If nothing else has been reported, then I'm good to go. That's why it takes typically less than 24 hours. Whereas a hard check or the FOID card takes anywhere between 3 to 5 business days.
So then it's just basically a way, it's like a pre-background check before you have to do everything like that.
Yep.
Is that kind of like the concept? Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's the one thing that I don't really like, because then I'm having to pay for it. So I'm having to pay for something that I shouldn't have to.
Yeah.
And it's not much, but it's still something.
It's still extra than what you have to do, even if you were just like, oh, wait, this should be
Exactly.
legal enough for me to have this. And now I'm like, now I have to pay like the tax to have the rights to do it, kind of thing, which kind of sucks.
Yep.
I totally get that. And then I'm guessing in Texas,
It's like, I think,
it's pretty opposite.
well, Texas is just I don't have to get something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But also Texas runs a little bit more of like So like Illinois is not a stand your ground state,
Mhm.
whereas Texas is a stand your ground state. What that means is, for people who don't understand, if someone were to break into your home, and you are a stand your ground state, that means if someone breaks into your home, you have all legal rights to shoot them.
Yeah.
And it's not just it's shoot them to kill them
Yeah.
because they've broken into your home. A state that isn't stand your ground, you actually can't do that. Like if they start running or anything like that, you can't do anything about it, which is just a shame.
Welcome 0__Sophia.
Oh yeah, I totally. I mean, I get like the reasoning why it's like important to have that right, but I mean, like, why do you think? And then before we get into Star Wars stuff, because obviously we're going to merge into that first before we get too far into the super detail. But like, why is that? Why would you explain to somebody that would be like the best right to have versus staying in Chicago versus going back to Texas since you like Texas so much?
Well, it allows the homeowner, or it allows the renter or whatever, the ability to protect themselves and not have to worry about repercussions
Mm-hmm.
by doing what they know, like what is right. For instance, um, it's more or less, there are some states that are giving more power to criminals than they are to the actual people who are trying to uphold and follow the laws and everything like that.
That's so
That's why I
ridiculous.
would prefer to be in Texas and not in Illinois.
Yeah. Is that and before I get into way too detailed, because I know that this is something that we can debate on a little bit later on, but like, is it because it's more red state versus blue state, or is it because of the people that are in charge, or does that make a difference? Because I know like Illinois and that is more bluer than Texas. Texas is more of a redder, like.
Well, Texas is actually purple now.
Oh, it's getting purplish
So
now.
technically,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. So that's all it is. It's just, but it is a politics thing. So.
Well, I have a lot of questions that revolve around that, but let's put that off to the side for just a second because it is Star Wars month and we really want to talk about that a little bit. Reason why I asked you per se versus a lot of other people, because I know that you have a history of shows, you have a history of pop culture and all that kind of stuff, and I just want to get your like theory before we start asking questions of like, how did you end up getting to watch Star Wars from when you were a kid? Because obviously we're about the same age, so Star Wars, the first movie, came out way before we were born, or right when we were born, so we probably didn't see it then. And then when do you remember the first time you remember seeing stuff like that and like, yes, this is something I like or don't like or something like that? Because I'm not going to assume that you like everything, of course, but it's one of those things where it's like, oh well, how did you get started on that?
That's so basically, I started watching, I think the first time I probably saw anything related to Star Wars or anything like that was probably early 90s or so. I was just getting into like what I really like to do, and one of the good things is my dad was a big, science fiction fan. So like he's Star Trek, Star Wars, all the good stuff like that. And he was watching it, and I watched it with him.
And that was,
So,
I'm guessing that was like single
he
digit
started me
years.
off
Welcome
with
ASMR_Miu.
I think like the single years of your life, or is it more like double digits in the
Yeah.
teenager? Okay, single year. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So like, was it something that was, and because I remember like I was probably a little past the single digits. Maybe I was 10, maybe 11 or something like that. And finally got to the point where somebody in the household actually enjoyed it. Cause like, obviously my parents didn't really like enjoy that kind of thing. So I found it on my own. And it was more of like, I was amazed at the time, like the 1980s, give or take, possibly really early 1990s that I saw it. And I was kind of amazed the way that was. And with all the shit going on in my life, I was like, oh, I can cling to something. And that kind of what started my whole like love of Star Wars. You know, I started watch Star Trek, you know, obviously the original and Next Generation and all that kind of stuff was about that time. So I definitely know between the two. And I totally believe that you don't have to be a lover of one and not the other. You can love both. So is that something?
Welcome Crimson_V.
Hi, Crimson. Is there anything that you remember that says I like this one over Star Trek, or was there at that time that was the Battle War? You could only like one or the other.
No. So it's your different genres.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's same genre, just different storylines and stuff like that. It's like saying, do you prefer um, college basketball over professional basketball?
Yeah.
They're both the same genre of sport.
Mm-hmm.
It's just they're two separate ideas. Like it's like that's pretty much where it is.
Yeah.
Or you could even compare you doing like, do you prefer hockey over American football?
Yeah, like
they're both pretty much the same thing. It's just kind of slight differences.
Yeah. Like one of the questions questions I shared with you is like, why do you think like most things I look back, and I'm a big like an advocate of like 80s and 90s cartoons, but a lot of them never lasted the time. Never, like most of those cartoons aren't around today, or like remixes or remakes of those cartoons that barely even exist and even now. Why do you think Star Wars from the 1980 is still popular in 2024 and still going? I mean, it's something that has stuck around longer.
So are you asking why Star Wars is still popular, or you
like Star Wars in general? Because I'm like, my problem is, yeah, it's still super like nationwide, worldwide phenomenon. But like when you're watching like Thundercats or Voltron or like things like He-Man or whatever, you don't see that stuff hardly anymore, and it's not as common. It's not as popular. How do you think that Star Wars stayed as popular, if not more popular today than it was in the 1980s?
So when the movie was done, it was one of the first movies ever done the way it was done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, special effects. When it was like some of the modeling and stuff like that, like some of the like when you watch the movie, you can actually still see what were models and what was special effects.
Mm-hmm.
So the way they were able to do that was groundbreaking.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that's one reason. Two is, why is it still so big, is because it was first thing of its kind. Like it was the first big thing like this, so everyone latched on to it. And the reason it's still going is because they're trying to progress story. Think about what they did. So they started in episode 4. So that means now they have to tell the story of what happened before this. And then you can do so many other things. Like it's just it allows them to expand the universe and stuff like that, so where people can go, why did this happen? And they can expand on it. Yeah.
I mean, the popularity of something that stays that long is very rare to this day, and I commend Star Wars for even do that. Like when you were first attracted to it, was it something that was just because of special effects, or was it like more attracted to light side, dark side? Was there like a character or something like that made you really want to watch more of it? Obviously back then it was like movie 1 year, 2 years later movie, another movie, and then nothing happened for like 20 years. Like it was such a gap in between that I was like, wow, okay.
I'd honestly say it was just like, I'm a big sci-fi fan.
Welcome Cripple Eggs.
So that's probably why I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So
Like, was there like, because obviously we all know on this channel, like I'm a huge Yoda fan. Obviously, I have one right over here. Is there like a particular character that you like cling to, like you liked, or is it just the whole thing altogether?
Oh, so it really just depends. Because I mean, realistically, if it wasn't for uh, Anakin or Vader,
Hmm.
the story would never happen.
Right.
Like legitimately, the story would be nothing without that him
That's fair.
as
Yeah.
a character.
Hmm.
Um, but then you have other people like you've got the Bad Batch, you've got Rex, you've got um, I mean Grievous is pretty decent as a character. Unfortunately, they don't do too much with them.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just realistically like you're only going to get certain movies to show certain characters based off of like popularity and stuff like that.
Hmm. So so I guess the question is like, even though it wouldn't happen without those two characters, was there like a favorite that you liked, or is there like someone that you like? Yes, this is like I would say this would be my favorite over the years.
Well, yet again, it's just during my time. It's going during this time period. This would have been like so like during Clone Wars and everything like that. Rex was probably my favorite.
Yeah.
Um, to include like the Bad Batch and stuff like that, just
Oh
because
yeah. What a great show, by the way.
they weren't. So I'm really big on like no named characters.
Oh yeah.
So like characters who don't have a lot of story and stuff like that, where you actually have to look into it. Um, that's who I kind of like go towards, and I go, "Oh, this is a really interesting character. Why aren't they doing something else with him?"
Yeah, I agree to that because it's more of let's say like with Rex and Wrecker and like uh all the people from the Bad Batch and things like that. It's like those are the characters that you never saw in the originals, and they're like, okay, I cling to somebody from the original movies, and then I see all these other shows. Like, man, I like this character here more during when you're saying during this genre. Because the reason why I'm kind of like leaning toward this, because like with a Yoda fan, like you're watching it for the first three movies, which was like 4, 5, and 6, and he's one way, and then you go back to the next ones, which is 1, 2, and 3. He's more of like lively. He moves, he can fight, he can do all that kind of stuff. And then later on, you start looking at the character throughout all the ages of Clone Wars, and even I don't even think I think maybe his voice popped up in Bad Batch, but never really shown. But it was more of like how his transition was there, and then you start wondering like, am I seeing this character in the same way as I did when I was a kid? Because he was just innocent. He was just like, oh, this is what it is. And then the storyline comes around and is like, oh, after a while he felt like he failed and he ran. Like my view on a certain character from when I was a kid versus now has changed a ton, even though I still like the character. Is there like a character that you remember, say like with Anakin and Darth Vader and stuff like that, that you see it differently now as an adult than you did when you were a kid?
Um, Not really, actually.
No, I'm surprised because
Well, like I said, so like the only character that I could possibly say it would be Anakin.
Mhm,
Um, so I mean, he's the main protagonist.
mhm.
So
And
and so in the last three movies, he's the main protagonist. The first three movies, he's the antagonist.
mhm.
So, or wait, I might have those backwards.
Yeah,
He's
he's
the
like
protagonist in the first three, and then
kind of
antagonist in the
like a bad
last.
guy and good guy and then bad guy and then good guy. It was like hard to keep track of which role he's playing it sometimes. That's for sure. Was there a time where, like, as you were a fan of the genre, I should say, not just Star Wars and Star Trek, whatever, was there a time where you were excited to share it with like your kids, or was it something like just they evolved into finding it, or did they, or as a fan as you were when you were little?
No, unfortunately, uh, my children will probably never watch it.
Never
something
mind.
they would never. They're never gonna enjoy.
Yeah. Are they not like a sci-fi style, or is it just more of just like that one particular is not what you're looking for?
A little bit of both.
A little like, so when was there a let's just like fill in the blank here. So like, if they're not going to watch Star Wars, is there something that they were excited for, like cartoon wise or like genre wise, that you were excited to share with them when they were like littler, I guess I should say?
Not really, just because unfortunately, like like
Yeah,
cartoons that were done in like the 80s, 90s are completely
way
it's
different. Yeah.
like looking at it's like looking at the evolution of like cars.
Welcome
Like you
LDS
can
John Boy.
look at the old T model Fords, and then you can look at like the standard, 250 now,
Mhm.
and they're two completely different things. They're the same thing. It's just they're two completely different things, and it's just you're like, how did this become this?
Like the evolution of what it
So
was before. Yeah.
exactly.
Mhm.
So ultimately, it comes down to that. Um, uh, the cartoons or the shows or anything like that that I watched wouldn't interest them because it's not the intention go getter things that they have to do nowadays. Like they have to shows and movies and everything like that. If they don't get your attention within the first 5 minutes,
Yeah.
they've lost you.
Yeah, it's sad. Like I remember, like obviously we were at the age of like Saturday morning cartoons, and whatever was on was on. So we had to like either stick with what was on or go outside and play and things like that. Like in this generation, it was like everything's at their fingertips. They can come home from school and watch whatever cartoon is on demand. They can bring up whatever they want. They can bring up the 80s. They can bring up 90s. They can bring up Pokemon now. They can bring up whatever was created yesterday that they can watch today versus waiting for the next Saturday morning. Was there like something that they cling to as a kid that are like something that you enjoyed with them, or was there something like I like this genre, they like this, and kind of like, oh, we'll watch it together, but it's not really like my thing?
Um, well, unfortunately, not really. So my son's autistic, so like him watching things is going to be different because it's just like he will watch. I'm I'm trying to think. On a standard day, we were watching like 2 or 3 movies, and that's it. Nightmare Before Christmas, Paranorman, and I'm trying to think of the third one. Oh, Emperor's New Groove.
Oh, okay.
So we would literally watch the same movie. Like I'd watch Nightmare Before Christmas 6 times in the first like 8 hours of the day.
Oh yeah, same thing. Yeah, over and over again.
It just you start the movie and then you start the movie, and once it ends, you just restart.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, my kids are not that, and they have ADHD and all that kind of stuff, but they still watch the same thing over and over again too. Like, I'm tired of this one episode that I've seen 6 times. Like, can we move on to the next one? Like, I totally get that. And you said you have 2, so that's their knack. What was the other one's interest?
How do I explain? YouTube and TikTok.
Oh, yeah.
That was what she was interested in.
Totally different than what we were talking about, for sure. Yeah, I get that. For a Star Wars fan, I mean, I know that, I enjoy everything the way it is, and I try to yep, I don't want to rewrite this. I don't really want to say, okay, if I had a choice, I would change this here. But there's obviously there's always like people online that are like, let's change this. You should have wrote it like this, or you should have included this person or this character, or like when you're looking at like the Ahsoka series, where was Zeb at? You know, things like that. Was there anything that stands out when you're watching the series and you're a fan? Like if you had a chance to change something, or like, oh, if I wish this would have happened. Is there like something that you could tag on to whatever they've already created?
The only thing that I would say is get rid of characters or useless characters.
I'll elaborate on that one because I could think of a couple right off the bat that fits that statement.
You already know one of them.
Yeah.
Probably the most useless character in the entire series was Jar Jar Binks. It literally showed he did nothing. What he was quote unquote comic relief. That's what he was supposed to be. That's what his character was supposed to be. But it was actually not comic relief. It was like
annoying as shit. Yeah.
This is really annoying.
Like they needed a character to bridge them into the water, but it didn't need to be someone such goofy or somebody that was so like lame to the series, I guess. I look at it back now, and when I'm watching this, and I'm just like, man, this guy, this is so stupid. Like, I don't know if he was good or bad for the series. I in my opinion, I would say bad because but it obviously didn't hurt it because so many people still watch it and still give a shit. But there was so many theories out there that I actually just watched a video of they're saying, oh, Jar Jar Binks was an undercover Sith. I'm like, what bullshit? I'm like, get out of here. Like he was playing a long game that didn't do shit.
Nope, could have been. Yep, could have been.
No, I get the concept in theory, but it was like, man, he was playing a long game, kind of like Palpatine then, if that was the case, because he played a role really well and he didn't seem like he knew anything. Like stumbled into fights and like accidentally won things, you know. It's like maybe the most luckiest character in the world, but I think and like I said when I prefaced the question, with the was it the Mandalorian series where they showed Zeb at one of the episodes, and then they go into Ahsoka, which is technically Rebels 2.0 kind of thing, and they didn't even bring him into the series. I hope they bring him into like the second season, but I'm like curious why they wouldn't at least like hint him in the first series and bring him together. But too much fan nostalgia, I guess, to bring him in the first season versus waiting until the second season to bring him in, I guess. That's probably my thought in there. So is there anything you're looking forward to? Like, obviously there's a few series that like are coming out now and then coming out soon. Is there anything that you're looking forward to in the near year or two that they might be making, or you know that they are making, that you're looking forward to watch? Like you're like really anticipating that release?
No, unfortunately not. So I haven't watched the second season of Mandalorian. I didn't watch Ahsoka. I only saw. I did see the first season of that, and that's basically. I didn't watch Rogue One, or Rebel Moon, or any of those. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I haven't seen, mainly just because of time.
Yeah.
I don't really I didn't watch Obi-Wan. Actually, I think I watched 1 or 2 episodes of Obi-Wan. But
I definitely ain't gonna spoil that one for you. That's for sure.
Well, why watch something that I know is going to happen?
I know the majority of it, you know that who survives, who doesn't, things like that. But like the fill in the blanks, I think is the part that I kind of like. Is like, oh, I didn't know that they've even met each other or like fought each other in between the way he left and from, what was it, episode 2? Was it when he died? Or that was not 2? Was it episode 5 when he died, or was it episode 3? I can't remember. Cripple Legs could probably tell me which episode that Obi-Wan actually died against I'll probably make that in a trivia question later on.
I think it was episode 5, if I remember correctly.
The last one of 3.
Because he was there on 4.
Mm-hmm.
He was there on during 4, or it might have been 4 actually. The tail end of the movie of 4.
Yeah, because he was dead before, like the build up into 4 into 5, I think. So like Luke could learn on his own to figure out how he's going to like address the issue of Darth Vader. Yep. I should say, yeah. And I'm sure
like there's little things like that. Like, why do a series just to fill in like a couple blanks? Like, there's no reason to do it. Gonna do something to where you expand on a character, that's fine. Like Ahsoka did, she never really. The only time you really got to see her was during the animated series of Clone Wars. So you got to see a little bit of her character, but you didn't really get to see a huge amount.
Yeah. Cripple Leg said there's so many good stories between the movies, the animated Clone Wars. I think it was better than the live movie. So much Anakin character redemption. Yep. I agree. Yeah.
That's the whole point. Like you have those little things of that was big because the Clone Wars, the movie, was only very few snippets of the actual Clone Wars.
Yeah, it's like...
whereas this TV series, the TV series went way for depth with everything because they had time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So with standard movies, you're talking a standard movie nowadays is 2.5 hours.
Yeah, max probably usually too, because some of them are like 90 minutes of pushed less than anything.
The standard movie, I'm telling you right now, the standard movie. If you look at the movies from like 2020 to now, every single movie is about 2.5 hours.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
So in the last 5 years, every movie is right around the
little over 2 hour mark.
Yeah, a little bit less. No, it's actually like 2:15 to like 2:30.
Yeah.
So it's anywhere between that. The reason being is because the first like 30 to 40 minutes is literally just build up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's getting you introduced to the characters. It's getting you to know what is going on with the storyline and everything like that. And then they start really getting into everything. So that's a big issue. Whereas the series, I think Clone Wars had like
I think there was like 8 seasons. I think they had like
I would say I was thinking like 6 or 7 seasons, and you're talking they're 30 to 40 episodes per season, I think. So you're talking it's somewhere around like 250 episodes.
Yeah, we were right in the middle. You said 6, I said 8. There were 7. Yep.
Well, I said 6 or 7. I couldn't remember.
You're right. 7 seasons. Yeah.
But you're talking. Let's just say there's 45 episodes per season. So you're talking. It's somewhere in the range of like there's like 300 episodes.
Mm-hmm. That's so crazy.
So that's 300 episodes at 20. So a standard cartoon show with commercials, you're talking each episode's like 22 minutes long. So you're talking, it's like now you have like 600 minutes of story time to tell now.
Oh, yeah.
So you're talking it's just under 10 hours. So now what you did is you took a 2.5 hour movie and expanded it 4 times.
Yeah, exactly.
So that way you have 4 times as much time to actually tell.
Like I think I remember, and I was trying to look it up so I can get the numbers right. Since some of the seasons were shorter than the first one, because the first one was 22 episodes. Seasons, by the time you got to season 7, there was only like 12 episodes in that season. So I think there was a total of 133 episodes. But the what you were talking about, like the build up for the movies and things, it helped when the series started they didn't really have to build up anything because most of the characters you knew right off the bat when you first started, and then they slowly introduced new characters like, you know, Boba Fett as a kid, and, you know, like the Bad Batch and things like that. So I mean, like, the build up didn't have to be there, and then they just slowly, like, here's a snippet of this character in this episode. Okay, then we'll advance their character in the next along with everything else, and then all of a sudden they got their own episode. So I mean, like, the build up was already included with everything, so they didn't have to do all that kind of like stuff for like the movies have to do. So that helps a lot. Yeah, 22 in most seasons, and there was a 20, 13, and 12. Jeez, what a die off at the end, huh? That's crazy.
That's the whole point. So you have so much more time. That's why. I mean, just about that. That's why I think episode 4.
For the record, ladies and gentlemen, he's on Wi-Fi, so the signal isn't the greatest in his area. So we're going to do the best we can to make it work.
If you look at the first 3 movies, the first 3 movies are like, it's like 2.5, and then it starts getting into like 45, and then it's like another 2.5.
Yeah.
Like, it just started going into like that standard 2 to 2.5 hour range.
Yeah, I totally in like, and then like Cripple Legs was saying, is like, I have enjoyed more of the TV series, is like you said, you like seen all of Ahsoka and like Obi-Wan and all that kind of stuff. I've enjoyed more of the series, like you were saying, like, why make one for fill in the blanks? I think I've enjoyed the fill in the blanks one more than the movies, because now that the movies are done, you kind of watch it, you're kind of, okay, you know, this is great and all, but then you see the character of like Ahsoka in like the Clone Wars, and you're like, oh, that was an awesome character, especially at the end when, you know, the big fight. I'm not going to go in there, too many spoilers for people that have never seen it, but she gets in a huge ass fight toward the end, and kind of like leans into the movies right at the end of the series, and then it kind of comes back. It was like, how is she still alive through Order 66, and why is she still able to do what she does? And I think those fill in the blanks, I think, were good. June 6th is the premiere of Acolyte.
Well, yeah, that's another thing, is like the bad part is when you look at it, filling in the blanks is not always good. You want to leave some mystery, because then you allow fans to actually try to figure things out themselves.
Mm-hmm.
That's another reason why you're like, I'll do this. Like with Obi-Wan. Okay. He went into hiding from episode 3 to episode 4. Mm-hmm. He basically went into hiding. Okay. Well, what did he do? Okay, just make up, like, that allows you as a person to go, what did he do? Oh, I wonder what he did. I wonder how he survived, and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think there was, they don't act like it, but I'm like, the way he looks in episode 3 to episode 4, makes it look like there was like a 40-year difference. Because I mean, obviously, it seems like he's like 80 something in episode 4, and he was like 40 something maybe, whatever, in episode 3. Like, that's a huge gap, but yet they say, oh, it's only like maybe 15 years. I'm like, geez, he got old pretty quick in that 15 years, like the role. So yeah, I agree. And
yeah, Knights of the Old Republic was a decent thing. I really did. It was one of the few games that I really enjoyed when it comes to like game adaptations to movies. Just because there was so many different like so many different things that you could do, to where you could. It was story based. Like, another reason why I did enjoy Star Wars a little bit was because, like, some of the things that were going on in some of the episodes, you'd see it down the line from basically a decision that the character did make.
Mm-hmm.
You'd see it later on down the line.
Like, speaking of like the video games that you're a fan of, is there any like characters from the video games that you haven't seen in the like the series or the movies or anything like that that you'd want to see in something in the future? Or is that the fill in the blank kind of thing? You kind of like, oh well, they had their purpose, now leave them alone kind of thing. Like, I can think of like 2 already off the top of my head.
Probably not, just because, like I said, it's a fill in the blank. Like, games kind of fill in blanks, whereas also like one of the better games that I really actually kind of liked was Republic Commandos.
Oh yeah, man, that was a while ago. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it actually got to show you, like, it was what were the Commandos doing,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because you actually hear, I think it's, I don't remember which movie it is, or if it was the series or something like that, that they briefly talk about them doing an op, and it was I think it was one of the ones that was in the game,
Mm-hmm.
because the game came out way before the movies, like before Clone Wars and
Yeah,
stuff.
but between 4 and 5, I would say, right? 3, 4, 5,
If I
between 5
remember
and 6.
correctly.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Or yeah, between 3 and 4. No, wait.
I don't know.
5, between 5 and
No,
1.
it would
Like
have
between
came
5 and
out.
1. Yeah.
You mean 6 and 1?
Yeah. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, between 6 and 1. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Like after
I just don't remember when it came out, but it was good. So
was the and
that's
been
kind of like the big thing.
and it's been a while since I played that game. Was that game pre or post Order 66? I don't remember. Or didn't even really talk about
It was
that.
I think it was pre. It was pre Order 66, but if I remember correctly, like it's been so long since I played.
I know it's been a while. So, yeah. The cripple could probably tell us that too.
I mean, I think that was original X, means you're talking, it was early 2000s. So I mean, you're talking, it's been almost 25 years.
Yeah, because I think what they said I think I had this the other day is like their original Xbox was like 2000 or 2001 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you're talking, it was early 2000s.
Like I could remember, and if I remember correctly, and if anybody in chat can correct me on this, is like the which one was Star Killer in? Because it's a rumor that he might be the bad guy or whatever, or in one of the newer shows that are coming out. I'm not gonna like take a guess, but I mean, like they're talking about like, oh, who's the bad guy in this next episode and blah blah blah, or this series, and I could see Star Killer being one of them, and then I could also see they try to make like Cal Kestis a lore character, so they might like hint on him, but they might not even show him in the series. I'm not for sure, but we'll see where that goes. But I could see them. They're making every video game into a movie or TV show anyway, so I mean, I could see him being a TV show in the future. Yeah, those are 2 characters I think that are going to be in there. Was there anything that like stood out wise, like when you're looking at them, you're like, okay, this scene or this like time frame, like you were saying, like Clone Wars or whatever, like stood out the most versus all the rest of them? Or is there like just a genre in a whole? Do you like? Was there something like you're saying, like Jar Jar Binks was a like the character that could go away? Obviously, those scenes don't even mean any whole lot. Is there anything that stood out that you're like means the more than just the shitty ones? I should say. I guess that's the best way of putting it.
No, I mean, like, everything's got its place, unfortunately. I wish they would not have done Clone Wars the way they did, because they focused a lot more on like the. I think what they were trying to do is they were just trying to But they could have done so much more by not showing the big battles and stuff like that. They could have just talked about it and done more of the backstory of everything else. So
since we
and then, once
go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say once Order 66 came out, then show a scene, a couple, it went into effect. That would have been okay, but like the way they were showing it, it was just like, come on, okay, yeah, cool, another big battle, gotcha. Yep, come on, let's go.
I mean, it's how to milk the series. I mean, Disney bought it for a purpose to milk the series to try to make as much money as possible, because to bring it back or to revive the series to, bring out the stuff that the fans really truly wanted. I guess. And the new show, I think it's Acolyte or whatever. Like they're going way back in the High Republic of how things really got started. They're just starting to adventure into storylines that are either from the books or from something that didn't previously exist before. So I kind of like that theory or that concept, because you're kind of filling in the blanks, but yet you're not like I guess it's a whole new storyline, so I guess they can do whatever they want with it.
Yeah, I mean, things like Mandalorian. Mandalorian is not it's a standalone story, so that's why it was really good. Ahsoka technically is a standalone story. If that's what they're going to do with this one,
a little cut up here. Bear with us here.
Because most people, you can. What's up?
No, that you froze for a minute there, so I was just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right. I got you.
So it's like, as long as it's not as long as it's a standalone series, I think I'll be happy with it. It's not a standalone, then unfortunately.
Did you watch like you said that you watched some of did you watch all the Clone Wars, or just was it something you watched most of it, not all of it, or?
I think I watched all of it. It's been years.
Yeah. Then did you venture into all the other series like the Rebels and things like that?
Unfortunately, no. So
I think that if you're gonna watch Ahsoka, I would put that off the side and just binge watch the Rebels, because it's literally season 4 or whatever the next season is of Rebels. It's literally the continuation of that. I mean, seeing the Mandalorian introduce Ahsoka in real life, but yet, not understanding all the other characters that are in Ahsoka. I had actually explained it to my wife a little bit, because she's like, okay, who's all these characters? I'm like, yeah, I forgot that if you didn't watch this series, you don't know all the characters. I mean, she still understood it, still liked it, but she definitely would have got more out of it if she would have took the time to watch that part of it. So I would tell everybody, if you're going to watch that going forward, this is what I would probably suggest.
Okay. Well, like I said, it's just time's a big thing for me too. So
yeah, it's hard to binge watch a whole cartoon series that has 4 seasons, 5 seasons of that stuff there. Yeah. So let's merge on to something else. We were talking the 3 categories we want to talk about is Star Wars, being a veteran, and more. Do you want to elaborate on a little bit of some of your tours? You said you were in Germany. That's something that I'm curious about. I've had a couple 3 or 4 opportunities to go to Germany, and then because of COVID or because of other particular world changes, I wasn't able to go. So could you elaborate on some of your trips that you went on to? Because I mean, obviously we're both veterans. We probably went around the world a little bit. So,
so Germany was very interesting, because the way I looked at Germany was, like I said, it was my first active duty state. I was 19 when I went to Germany.
Yeah.
The legal drinking age for U.S. citizens is 18.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I didn't know this, and I don't know if it's still the same way now, but the unit that I went to, the whole unit, so the whole base, had a no drinking rule for 72 hours. Now, the reason being is because they wanted to see what kind of person you're going to be. Are you going to be showing up on time? Are you going to be doing what you need to be doing? No, when I got there probably locally, it was like 10, 11 o'clock
Mm-hmm.
locally. Well, formation was at 6:30.
Oh,
So
geez.
by the time I got my barracks room, got settled in, and everything was like that, it was like 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Now, Germany is 7 hours ahead of the Chicago area. So it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, which means it's like 5 o'clock in the afternoon
Oh, wow. Yeah.
where I was. So I was still wide awake. So my sponsor showed me the 24-hour shot base.
Yeah.
And when I saw it that 18 was the legal drinking age, I was like, fuck it, let's get drunk.
Yeah.
So I bought a fifth of Jack with a 12-pack of Coke. And I proceeded to down all of said Jack and Coke, and still show up to formation on time.
Yeah. I remember being that age where you could do that. Nowadays, I could never do that.
I'm pretty sure I could still do it. I won't feel the best.
Yeah. So definitely wouldn't feel the best for sure.
But yeah, so it was one of those things. Germany's very interesting as a country. Now, where I was is going to be different. So, like, each area is always different. But it's a different, like, it's just really different. So, I'll give you a prime example. Germany. You actually had to go out and look for landfills.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you had to purposely be like, we're going to go find a landfill. Whereas in the U.S., you can just be driving and you're like, oh, there's a landfill.
Yeah.
Not in Germany. It's just really, really nice. They have so Germany also has very strict recycling laws. Well, yet again, this was like 2000. I was there 2007. Yeah, I was there from 2007 to 2010. So, it's very different laws.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'll give you a prime example. Recycling is super big. Everything has to be broken down into their own very unique categories. Like, if you like chicken,
Mm-hmm.
fried chicken, let's go KFC because I'm literally looking at KFC right in front of me right now.
Yeah.
You get the box. Now the box is cardboard. Okay. Now inside the cardboard, there's a small piece of what is it? It's a parchment. It's a baking sheet, basically,
Mm-hmm.
to where it's supposed to collect like grease and stuff like that. And you have the chicken, which typically most chicken you'll get it on the bone. All three of those items have to go in three separate
Welcome, Mythic
baskets.
Priest.
Oh, okay.
The paper goes into cardboard. The film goes into, I believe it was plastic considered, and then the bones would have to go into trash, or they did have, some communities had food waste.
Mm-hmm.
So like bones and stuff like that would get thrown into that. Like, or like anything that could be turned into compost.
Mm-hmm.
You could throw into that, just because that's actually what they used it for. Is they turned it into compost.
So I'm guessing because of this, they're so stingent in the recycling part of it. Like if you got caught doing something like not in that particular like specific areas, that I'm guessing there was more fines or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So when I lived on the economy, because I got married in Germany, when I um, lived on the economy, it was a 350 euro fine.
Mm.
Now, at the time, 350 euros was right around, was probably like close to like $400. So a $400 fine if you were caught not recycling.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I wouldn't be against that doing that here, but I don't see that ever happening here for sure. Like,
Well, what's really funny is we actually waste money by recycling.
mm-hmm.
And a lot of people don't know this is the only thing that is actually cost efficient to recycle
Welcome
is
Screw
aluminum
You
cans.
Witch.
Yeah. For like everything else is like just costs more to do that, I'm guessing. Is what you're saying?
Yes.
Jeez.
So it costs more to recycle. So like like prime example, I've got a can, aluminum can in front of me. It is cost efficient to just literally melt down that can and turn it into another can.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas breaking down plastic to make more plastic actually is not cost efficient. It actually costs more to recycle it than just to throw it away.
So the reason why they're doing it just because to reduce landfill stuff in like say like Germany and things like that. I don't know why they're not as stingy as doing that here, I guess.
Well, that's the whole point. Like it is to prevent more landfill. Like it's prevent more space taken by landfills.
Mm-hmm.
But realistically, economically, it's actually less efficient to recycle those.
Yeah, it makes sense. So then like when that was around like you said like 2014 for like Germany, like then
No, 2000. I was in Germany from 2008 to 2010.
oh that's right because for yeah okay and then where did you go from Germany then?
Well, I deployed from Germany. So I was technically deployed 2009 to 2010. But the way deployment works is technically you don't you PCS from um, your current duty station to deploy back to where you're current.
Welcome GameCowTV.
So I mean, yeah, it was fun.
So was it when you moved from like when you deployed from Germany, like what if I remember correctly, at a year for the army was most of the deployments for was almost a year. Was that something that you enjoy doing for a year, or is that something that you're like, okay, I don't want to do these? Because I know mine were, maybe like 4 to 6 months, give or take, in the chunks that we did on the Air Force versus the Army, of course. What's the?
I totally missed what you just said. Like Discord kind of goes up on me.
No, that's right. I was just like when you left from Germany, you did like a whole year deployments because I think that at that time, like that's what the Army requires. Like when you deploy, it was mostly years.
So the way the Army deploys is so you have your advent party, which is your advanced party.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have your main body, and then you have your trail party.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I was part of the advent party going to the deployment, and I was part of the trail party coming back.
Yeah, first one out, first one, last one leave. Yeah.
Yeah, so technically, I was there for, I want to say, so I was in country, I was in Kuwait, like December 1st. whereas everyone else was in Kuwait like December, like I want to say we were there for like 3 weeks. I think they got it there like the 18th or 20th, or around there.
It was a base that was already existing, not like a bear base, right?
No, yeah, when we were in Kuwait, we were. Um, I don't even remember where we were in Kuwait,
I
but
say it like
it's really big.
like
It's a standard.
Ali Asalim. Why am I drawing a blank on
Maybe
that?
I don't
Something like that.
remember. And then you fly out from Kuwait to Iraq, and then or Afghanistan, where you're deploying to.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was whatever. So, but yeah, after that, after we got back to Germany from deployment, that's when everyone started leaving and going from there. The only reason I got Hawaii was because I had re-enlisted for it,
Mm-hmm.
so it was a duty choice.
Right.
Like I said, Hawaii, wonderful place to live, or to vacation, but just don't live there.
Like, so when you said you were there a couple years?
3 years.
3 years. So like you got there, it was kind of like exciting to be there. It was like, oh, that's cool. There's so many things to do. And then all of a sudden it's like, how long did that honeymoon period of being there wear off? You're like, man, this isn't where I want to be.
Like 3 months.
3 months. Oh, geez.
Well, so here's the issue with it. So first of all, I worked at the hospital. So while I was working at the hospital, I was on a shift schedule.
Mm-hmm.
So I would work 7 days every 2 weeks. So I could not work more than 4 days in a row ever, just because of burnout.
Yeah.
They didn't want you burning out and stuff like that, because when you're doing 12 on, 12 off, they're like, oh, we don't want you to burn out and everything like that. And I'm like, now for me, I was just getting back from a deployment.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm like, I just worked the last year
six on,
doing
12
7,
12 like,
off. So
yeah,
like,
yeah. And that was every day.
no,
It was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Like we were lucky enough on
So-
ours where we had a 12-hour shift, and then it kind of like zipped down a little bit, and then we tried to work it out where we had a day off, but it didn't really happen very often. And toward the end, it was like we got in a groove where we could have a day off, but most of the people, especially Army, the people I talked to, like getting days off is literally slim to none. So
Well, it was also because like when I was deployed, I was tasked out constantly. So it was like, I was part of like QRF, or the Quick Reaction Force, and it's like, yeah, we don't do anything for like, it'd be like, hey, for 2 days we're not doing anything, but all of a sudden, we lay down, and then it's like within 30 minutes of us laying down, we're having to ramp up and head out.
Yeah.
Like it's just that's we were on call. But like I remember going out and going with like we would go out as QRF, do like a 12, 14-hour mission, come back, and then within an hour we had to go back out for another 12 to 14-hour mission.
oh yeah.
So, I mean, like, there were times that you had
Welcome
to do that.
Archangel_GS.
But like I said, we would after the deployment, after Germany, went to Hawaii. It was fun. Like I said, it was fun. The bad part for me is when I got there, I got put into housing that was being demolished.
Mm-hmm.
So like they were literally removing this housing area to revamp it. So the bad part was that's where I got put into. So it was not really the best.
Yeah.
But we also didn't have any of the new rules. Like you could run your AC as much as you possibly wanted to, because they didn't, for those housing units, they were like, we're not going to force you to do anything or anything like that. Because what had happened was the way the Army was doing it was based off your floor plan. You had an allotted amount of energy that you could use. And if you went over that average, you'd have to pay the difference. But if you went under, they paid you.
Oh.
So it was kind of cool. It was really cool that they did that. That's when they started going into the more privatized housing instead of it being like actual
like military, like
military.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why they started doing that. But the first set of housing that I got put into, we didn't have that rule. So you wanted to run your AC all day, you did it.
Yeah.
Because they basically looked at it going, hey, you're going to live here for 6-7 months and then have to move immediately.
That's crazy, yeah.
So, but I mean, it was fun. So, like I said, the best way that I could explain Hawaii, living there. So I believe, if I remember correctly, the island of Oahu is the island that Honolulu's on.
Mm-hmm.
That whole island is something like, it's only like 26, but like it's like 25 to like maybe 35 square miles.
Yeah, it's not very big.
Land.
Yeah, it's not very big. I've been there for like 2 weeks and that was it. That's it.
Well, the really bad part is there's like 6 million people on that island, and like a third of the island isn't even is uninhabitable because
mm-hmm.
it's all mountains and forests.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking like you've only got 2/3 of the island that you.
Yeah, you definitely ain't gonna have like a huge backyard or a front yard. Most of the houses that were there when we were there definitely did not have any space.
But if you were to pull up a map of Oahu, okay, you can actually.
Like, I know his service is going in and out, so bear with us all. We're gonna do the best we can to make this work. Like, we're looking
at live.
Yeah.
I mean, you can look it up, but I lived in the Ala Moana housing unit, which is in like a natural hole for the island. It's only like 1.5 miles away.
Yeah.
Like my home was like 1.5 miles away from the hospital. It took me 1 hour and 40 minutes to drive.
Yeah.
Like 1.5 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just so stupid.
Yeah. I remember when we did our training there for like 2 weeks, we were on like the east, I think it was the eastern part of the island, and we had to drive from, I think it was Bellows all the way to actual like the Air Force base or the base that was there, and it like took half a day, and it was like maybe 10 miles.
So you were probably at Shaft. So the Air Force base is Fort Shafter, and then you were probably at Schofield.
Maybe that's where we visited. I think because we stayed in Bellows, which was the Air Force.
Hickam. Yep, there we go.
Yeah. Hickam and Air Force, the Bellows. So it was like Hickam was like not too far away. So it was like literally like half a day just to drive from Bellows, which is the far like there was like their private island or private section of the base where like people more vacation. We were there for that and building a new security forces building or whatever. We were there for like 2 weeks, and that part of it from there to Hickam to drive back and forth, it was like a half a day. So if you needed something, you better plan 4 or 5 days, because you can't take a whole half a day to go get what you need and come back and still get a mission complete. That sucked. And I totally understand the traffic sucks.
Yeah, and I mean it was just really bad. So like, another thing that I did not like about Hawaii is a super laid back community, like a state when it comes to like community and stuff like that. The locals are super like laid back, and there's something called Hawaiian time.
Yeah.
If you want to go. So let's say if you were going to do a barbecue. You'd be like, oh, barbecue, we're going to start at 2:00. People don't show up till 3:30, 4 o'clock. And you're like, I said it started at 2. And they're like, yeah, but, we're Hawaii time. And
Yeah.
you're just like, so what you wanted to do is you'd be like, hey, we're going to start the barbecue at 12
Welcome
o'clock.
Chairbreaker
You
M8.
know,
Yeah.
to actually push it back like 2 hours. So it was really stupid that you had to do things like that.
Like I always thought that it was like it's always fashionably late, but that being 2 hours, yeah, you're right. I totally understand that.
Yeah. And then, like I said, everything was just so expensive. So, like, when I bought my car there, so I bought a Nissan Pathfinder. It was super basic, nothing added onto it. So, if I had bought the car in the States, it would have been like a $29,000 to $30,000 car.
Oh my gosh.
Now this is also back in like 2010, 2011 timeframe.
It's almost 13
So, like,
years ago. Yeah, give or take.
yeah.
It's crazy.
So like a $29,000 to $30,000 car. Because I bought it in Hawaii, the sticker price was like something like 36,000. So it was literally like a $6,000 difference because I was buying it.
Oh yeah, because they had to like boat it over. I mean, like,
Yep.
And then after you were done with Hawaii, I mean, like you were active duty, so they like help you move and stuff like that. Did they help you pay for almost everything to move from Hawaii to your next duty station?
Yeah, everything moved. Yeah, everything was moved for me.
That's so crazy thinking, because I mean here you just throw everything in a truck, drive where you need to go, and be done. Now you have to like arrange the boat ride, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, you could still do all of that even here in the States. There's two different ways to move. You can have whatever branch of service you're in. You can have them move you, which means they will. You basically get a moving company. They come in, pack everything up, and move it for you, or you move it yourself, and then the army or whatever branch.
Yeah, branch pays you.
A lot of people don't mind moving themselves if it's early in their career.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's when you're later in the career, when you have all this shit, you're like, man, fuck this. I'm not moving myself. I'm gonna let these people move because I'm old, I'm broken.
Yeah.
Let's go about it.
I definitely, when we moved into the house we're now, I definitely hired somebody to move because I wasn't doing that shit anymore. Like, no.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple as that. Once you do it like 2 or 3 times, you're like, I'm not doing it again.
Mm-hmm. So, and I guess when I like we talked about, like visiting Hawaii is where it's at, but living there, like where the hospital, was that around like the base, or was it on the base, or was it like publicly, like you worked at the hospital that was like mostly veterans, mostly military, but yet still accepted civilians, I'm guessing too?
So Tripler's really, really strange. It's a very unique hospital. These veterans, active reserve, and civilians. Now, the only civilians it does see are from like islands
No,
that
yeah.
don't have their own like major hospital. So, like, if you needed something done, you would get in to come see us.
Oh, okay. Like I always I know that like in the hospitals that are like actually stationed on the base, you can't, no civilians can get on there. So like I'm guessing it was technically off base, was the hospital?
No, it was on base technically. So the Tripler does have a gate guard and everything like that. But I don't know how things go.
Yeah.
But I won't talk about too much. But there is a gate guard. Yet again, like I said, it's been like almost 15 years now. I don't know if anything's changed. But we were also like a disaster site. So like if the island was going to go through a really bad tsunami or something like that, we were actually a spot where anyone could go to us to seek refuge.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because of where, well, it's because the hospital sits up on hills. Okay, so first of all, we were above sea level. So you think about it, you would want that to be a place where everyone can go.
Yeah.
So that was one good thing. Um, but we could also handle so much there. So like I know when I was working in the ER, we did have civilian EMS route to us
Mm-hmm.
because we could handle it, whereas some of the civilian hospitals couldn't handle
Hmm. Because you had so many like employees or so many people there for that one, or
Well, no. So, I mean, like, I'll give you a prime example. Um, Not every hospital can deal with uh, um, certain issues.
Yeah, fair.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, like, uh, I'm trying to think of a good example. Um,
Like more of a specialty reason to go to that hospital versus
yes.
another one. Yeah, yeah. That's just yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, but we could handle just about anything because we were so in the Pacific. There are two major hospitals that help cover the Pacific. That's Yongsan, which is in Korea,
Mm-hmm.
and that was Tripler that was in Hawaii.
Wow.
That's it. And then the next major hospital is it's in Washington State. I'm trying to think what it is. Um, but I
Like
mean, you think about it. That's three hospitals that basically cover a huge portion of the Pacific.
basically that
But like,
can cover everything that you need versus like the little bitty ones that only do certain things.
yeah.
There you
Well, I mean, like San Antonio has a hospital and it's a BAMC, or Montgomery Medical Center.
go. Mm-hmm.
It's like the country's best burn hospital. Like it legitimately is one of the country's best has one of the best burn units. So that like if you need something like that, you go there.
Oh, okay.
Like that's just what happens.
That's fair. Okay.
Hello there.
So and I think Washington State has like um, I think they were neurological. So like anything doing head trauma or anything like that, that's where you go. Like I said, it's been so long.
That's crazy.
Things might have changed.
And they may have added more because of the demand and you know demand of what they need to do, kind of thing. So
Yeah.
um, so is that the career field that you would recommend for people to be in, or would you like absolutely don't do this one? Like,
Oh, when it comes to the army, yeah, it just so it really just depends on what you want out of it. If I were to talk to anyone today, um, the biggest thing about joining is just what do you want to get out of it? It's like any other career.
yeah, yeah,
What do you want to get out of it at the end? Um, if you want to do school, um, active duty is not always the best.
mm-hmm.
There's actually a program in the Army, and I don't know if it's still in the Army, but when I joined, there was a program in the Army that as long as you were a full time student and a reservist, you could never deploy. Because
Jeez,
what they were
yeah,
trying to do is they as long as you maintain good standing with your school and stuff like that, if your unit deployed, you'd actually stay because they're spending time and effort to get you your college degree and stuff like that.
yeah.
So that's why they were doing
I just
it.
dumbfounds me sometimes for people to get in and then not be deployable at all. Because I mean, like in ours, like if you're a non-deployable in a like job field that is required to be deployable, then you either switch career fields or you find your way out, kind of thing.
Well,
No matter if it's school
it's
or not.
more or less because of what you're going to school. So you're going to school, and they look at it going, oh, you're going to go to school. We'll get an officer out of it
Hmm.
for at least 4 years.
Yeah.
Because when you do that program, I think after your second year, you actually have to sign an additional contract saying that you would, uh, pretty much, you had to re-enlist to become undeployable.
that's like dumbfounds the crap out of me.
Well, think about it. Like, okay, you become non-deployable for like 2 years to get your bachelor's degree, but then they get an officer out of it for 4 years.
Oh, that's yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
So like when I went to become a commercial driver, I signed a contract saying that I would give the company no less than 9 months. Okay, that's basically what they did.
Mhm.
Was you sign a contract saying, "Hey, you get this, and then
Right.
we get this
Yeah.
because we're paying." Um, and that's all it is. It wasn't bad, but it's more mainly like, what do you want to get out of it? If you want to get, so the best way I tell people about the Army is what it does is it not only gives you hands-on experience for a job career that you're going to want to do, 'cause typically you want to do a job that you want.
Yeah.
So it's going to give you hands-on experience. It gives you additional college that you can back up on to where you can go, hey, I want to learn this or do this with. That's really good. And then it also gives you other skills that you may not be able to understand or you may not know anything about.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a well-rounded career, but it's not meant for everyone. It's simple as that. Um,
And
I
you said you joined reserve first, and then you went active, right?
yes.
So, like, what made you decide to go from reserve to active, and then does like maybe and like I'd have to look this up, but I've been like the longevity of people that are in the guard versus the longevity of people that are in active duty. I would assume that in the guard you'd be in longer, and then like active duty it would be like, okay, I've done so many years, okay, I'd be out, or like right when I hit 20, I'm done. You know, like you're kind of over with.
Well, that's because of the way they do time. Remember, so like each one of it. So if it's, I don't know if it's, but each one of your drill weekends counts as 4 active duty days.
Mm-hmm,
They
yep.
count your each day. So Saturday and Sunday are both counted as 2 days
Yeah.
towards active duty time. So, and then like your 2 weeks as technically 4 weeks
Mm-hmm.
active duty time.
Yep.
So that's all it is. So you just have to speak, like for retirement purposes, you just have to be in longer because you're not getting it every single day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about it. I was in for almost 8 years active duty. That gave me, so technically that's like 16 years as a reservist. If you were to take that into consideration.
Right.
Like if I was doing drill and everything like that.
Yeah. And that's why in like active duty you get burned out a little bit faster because you're doing it every single day versus a weekend, a month, or give or take X amount of days.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what did that influence you when you went from reserve? You're like, okay, I want to do this more often. You go to this. Did that influence you the time that you were doing the days to not stay in, or was it just like I was kind of like over it and kind of ready to move on?
Oh, well, I didn't leave on my own.
Oh,
Uh,
that's fair.
choosing.
That's fair. Okay.
Welcome, Calicones.
I got out during a big drop. Like the army was downsizing, the navy was downsizing, so like the military was just downsizing. They were trying to find every little reason to get rid of people.
Yeah, they're like like they just basically forced retired people, or like they basically said forced people out, which was amazing to me because now like in this time frame it's like, okay, now we're hurting, let's get more people in, so they had to change so much stuff to get people in. Was like, was the job field what you wanted to do, or is it something that you like kind of settled with?
No, I wanted to be medicine, because I knew. So like when I looked at it, I looked at it more like what's going to be around,
Mm-hmm.
and there are there's very few jobs that no matter what happens, will always be around. One of them is teaching. Teachers will always be a career choice that will always be around. Medicine will always be around.
Yeah.
And retail.
So then that was the, like, if I get the training in this, do these times, then that was basically either college or the experience. Then now you can use that. Now, once you get out of the military, how to use that going forward, kind of thing, was your choice.
Yes and no. Unfortunately, when it comes to medicine's weird ones where it's hands-on experience is great to have, but you still need these wonderful things called pieces of paper to
certifications
you're
and
qualified to do.
Yeah.
Which is really just it's stupid, but it's yet again that goes into something else that I really think about a lot of the times, and I hope some people will learn and some people won't. Well, I know some people will learn and some people won't.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, talking about like college is just, it's not for everybody. So, and unfortunately, there are some jobs that you have to have a piece of paper that says you can do this. So it's weird, but that's just the way it is. So
yeah, I always think it was funny, like to do this in the hospital or like do this. Sometimes you have to go get a degree, which could be 2-3 years down, to get this and then start working in it. In the military, you join, you do like 6, 8, 12 weeks, whatever, maybe even 16, depending on the career. And then all of a sudden you're 100% good. Go ahead and do it. Go do the job.
Well, that's actually a funny thing is so I was a medic, so I don't know if the course has changed any. I'm only speaking on what I remember, but my AIT, or additional it's the additional individual training course, was 16 weeks, 4 days.
16 week, okay.
4 days. You gotta throw those 4 days in there too.
Yeah.
Okay. But the first 8 weeks is getting your national registry. So that's literally 42 credit hours worth of college education crammed in 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Now, to kind of explain what 42 credit hours is. 42 credit hours is like, so a bachelor's degree, no, an associate's degree is 60 hours, I believe.
Yeah, something like that.
I believe an associate's is 60 hours. So we were 2/3 of an associate's degree, which most people get an associate's degree in like 2 years.
Yeah.
So we did 2 years of education, college level education, in 8 weeks.
That's crazy, yeah.
Which most colleges, their summer courses are 8 weeks, and most of those summer courses are only 2 to 3 credit hour courses.
That's great. Yeah.
So it's like here's all the knowledge and then go from there. And then the other 8 weeks is literally just learning how to do our job.
Yeah, I think
like you said, it's
yeah, I think when I joined as a bomb loader in 98, I think it was, just to learn to do the mechanical part of it, put bombs on planes, and then if something happens, how to manipulate, fix it, and all that stuff. That was 16 weeks. And then I got almost all that done. And it was basically like, oh, our job or our base is getting rid of the F-16s that you went to school for or did all this time for. So either you can transfer or literally have to figure out another career field. So I had to move in a different career field and do another 6 more weeks on another schooling just because they're not even going to have that anymore. It just dumbfounds the shit out of me how things work sometimes.
Well, things that they just don't understand it. Like for us, what was it? We had I'm trying to remember the job. There was one job that when I was in, the course was like 10 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
It was something very, very specific. And what they did was after like a year later, after some of the students were coming out from that course, they literally were like, well, this is done. We're not doing this anymore. So this is the new system. Learn how to do it or sucks to be you. Like
Yeah.
it's as simple as that. Like, which most of the time it's the same basic mechanics and stuff like that. Just go about it. So prime example. In the army we have 63 Bravos. I think is what the MOS is, which is a light wheel vehicle mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, basically you're a diesel engine mechanic. That's what you do. You deal with diesel engine, and then they're like, "Here's this truck," well, so it's a light wheel vehicle mechanic. So Humvees, deuce and a halves, 5 tons, 10-ton trucks, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
What you mainly work on. Then they're like, "Guess what? Here's this, you know, Abrams recovery vehicle. Go fix that." And you basically don't have no knowledge of it. You have the basic idea of, hey, this part should be there if it was a diesel engine.
Yeah.
Like it's like so. Because I mean, some of those vehicles, some of those recovery vehicles, like the 88 mics, which I'm talking about, um, they have like jet engines in their engine compartment
Mm-hmm.
because they have to pull so much horsepower to pull some of the stuff out. So,
Like, would you, if you looking back at it, doing everything, would you stick with what you did, or would you have wanted to do something different?
so I would have stuck with the same job. I really would have. I would have stuck with the same job. I would have done things differently.
Yeah.
In my career. So when I went to Hawaii, the reason I went to Hawaii was at the time I was talking to wife at the time, and I asked her, "Do you want family, or do you want me to focus more on family, or do you want me to continue focusing on?" She said,
Yeah.
so that's why I went there, because I didn't want to deploy again. I didn't want to do anything like that. Whereas if I had gone career, I would have gone for additional. Excuse me.
Yeah. Like a different.
I would have done like additional training, additional schooling, to just further my career.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would have done, but unfortunately, I chose to do family idea.
No, and a lot of people do that too. So there's people out there that can relate to that for sure. Is there like for those? I mean, obviously a different time frame. I mean, like when I look back at it, it's like, yeah, joining in '98 versus people joining now. Like, would you like? What kind of advice would you give somebody trying to join now, or would you even encourage people to do that? Like, obviously people are wanting to get out of college that we talked about earlier, but, and what you make out of it, but like, would you even suggest, like, would you even like,
That's so ultimately, I would only suggest it depending on what you're trying to get out of it.
yeah,
It ultimately comes down to that. If you're trying to make money, stay the fuck away from it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The military, the military, you get paid well, but monetarily wise, you do not get paid well. And the reason being is because a lot of people don't understand. Think about it. If you go in as a single 18, 19-year-old kid, you're getting housing paid for, you're getting all your utilities paid for, you're getting your health insurance paid for, you have a life insurance, you're getting your dental paid for, you're getting your food paid for, hell, you're getting free clothing. Everything's getting paid for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you only make $700-800 every 2 weeks, but who cares?
Like almost all that's pocketed because everything else is paid for. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, okay, yeah, you may not eat the best because you have to go to a the chow hall. Ooh, but you're getting 3 square meals a day.
Yeah, and that also depends on the branch you're in too. Because I mean, I ate really well in the Air Force. So.
Well, that's another thing. Like, it just depends.
Yeah.
It depends on where you're stationed. It depends on like a lot of stuff. But ultimately, it's like so I would only push people away from doing it right now is if they if the military would not give them what they need.
Yeah.
I also would push them away because unfortunately it's things that I'm looking at right now could happen in the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds bad, but like we as a country are slowly but steadily dividing. Like sooner or later, it's going to be, could it be a civil war? Could it be another world war? Like we're getting to that time. We're getting to that point where it could be one of those items.
Yeah, it's getting scarier and scarier because of the way things are going. Not just to bring up politics, but I mean, like, but everything in general, like just worldwide stuff. Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Like we're looking at, it could be World War III. Like that's why I'm saying like it may not be like military service may not be for you.
Yeah.
Because I could see it happening in the next 10 years.
Oh, I could see that. Yeah, I could see the possibility of all that stuff. Yeah, depending on. I mean, just in the next couple of years, we'll see what happens. Like, just as the build up for all that.
In the next couple of years, yeah.
Yeah. Would like being in for so long? Is there something that like, hey, I like we talked about like what you regretted like doing like family wise and stuff like that. Was there like a career decision like in the military besides family stuff that you were like, man, I wish I'd have done differently, or hey, maybe Army wasn't the branch that you wanted to join? Like, why did you pick Army versus Air Force versus Marines, all that kind of stuff?
Okay, so I went medicine. So my first job was I was a cook. Mm-hmm. Now the only reason I did that was because when I first joined, I joined it with a special program because I wasn't old enough to actually join active duty.
Yeah.
And the Army is the only one that does that. So I had to pick a job that was open.
Yeah.
So that's why I did what I did. But I wanted to do medicine. Well, unfortunately, there's only technically Air Force has like medics in it, but they're very specific and they're very specialized. Whereas Navy and Army are very generic. Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't want to do Navy because I literally grew up in the area so if I had joined the Navy, I would have been just down the road from my home to do basic training. My additional schooling would have been in the same place I did my basic training. And then I would have been stationed in the same place I did all my other training so my first 2.5 to 3 years when I first joined would have been basically in my backyard.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
So I wanted to get away from where I grew up, not stay in this area. Mm-hmm. So.
And that was the only reason why you didn't pick the Navy. Like, was there only like, and that like your first instinct after the like, I'm not gonna pick Navy was Army, or was there like a negotiation or like I don't want to do this or hey, I could join Air Force or all that stuff?
So at the time when I joined, basically the only medical job that the Air Force pretty much had were pararescue.
Oh yeah, okay.
So in order for me to be pararescue, I would have had to have either LASIK or PRK done because one of the requirements at the time was a 20/80 uncorrected eyesight.
Oh, okay.
So just to kind of explain what that means is your eye at 20 feet. So the first number, the reason they always say it's 2020,
Yeah.
2010. So 2010 is really good. That's saying that at 20 um at 20 feet you see so 20 feet, that's why the first number is always 20.
Yeah.
It's because you always standing at 20 feet.
Yeah.
It's what you see at 20 feet.
Okay.
The second number is what the general public or the standard person. So I don't know what your vision is, but my vision is a 2220 it's 2200 and it's I think 2400 I think is what my eyes are.
Mm.
So basically what that means is the standard person sees, so what I see at 20 feet, the standard person sees at like 200 feet.
Oh, okay.
So that's what that second number is. It's what everyone else sees. It's what the distance is that a normal person would see it at.
Oh, okay. So like
So
when you're saying like the 2810 is like you see better than most people.
Yes. So 2010 vision would be you see at 20 feet what most people see at 10 feet.
Oh, okay. It's funny, like you go into the eye doctor, you do all that kind of stuff. They say, "Oh, this is your vision. You need glasses. Do that." You're like, "Okay, cool," and you get whatever you get, and then you just kind of press on. You never really, I've never ever done the research, so I never really cared about the numbers, to be honest with you. But that makes total sense. How did you say that?
Yeah, that's just basically what they're saying is so like I don't know what your like I said I don't know what your vision is.
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
But nonetheless, so as a pararescue, you need to be 20/80 uncorrected.
Mm-hmm.
So that means you should still have decent vision without glasses or contacts because remember, you're dropping into like the ocean, into a lake, into whatever. What happens if you lose your glasses?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
still need to be able to see and properly do. So that's why I couldn't do that. I was actually disqualified from that.
Yeah.
Which really funny story is when I first joined, I almost disqualified myself completely as is.
Because of the eyesight?
No. So I had a childhood allergy to peanuts.
Oh, yeah.
And when I went to MEPS, I accidentally didn't sleep. And when I went to MEPS itself, I didn't. So I was tired.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh, do you have any allergies?" And I'm like, "Yeah, peanuts." Like I marked it on there. Which peanut is an automatic disqualification from any service.
I did not know that. It's interesting.
The reason being is MREs are made with peanut oil.
Like everything. Yeah, yeah.
So everything has peanuts in it.
That's crazy.
Technically.
Yeah.
And they don't make any special ones. You just automatically disqualified.
Yeah.
So I had to go get a special like allergy test, and I had to prove that I wasn't. It was just a childhood. Yeah. Stupid.
Like I've known a few people that were in the military that were like allergic to like shellfish and things like that. That wasn't a disqualification, but I can understand like the peanut part of it.
Well, shellfish is avoidable.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's easier to, yeah. You ain't getting an MRE with shellfish. I'm telling you that much right now.
Yeah. So.
When like how old? Like you said, you were joined early. Like, was there like anything that like during that time? Obviously, there was like conflicts and things like that. Was there any like fear of joining? Was there anything like like maybe I shouldn't be doing this, or is like you're just like whatever happens, I'm doing this, getting out of here?
No, I wanted to join. I had wanted to join the military since very, very early in my lifetime. So
yeah,
I'm actually the last generation of my family as of right now that has joined.
and you don't see
So
any of your kids join it at all, do you?
well, my son can't join,
Well, yeah.
and my daughter, I'm pretty sure she will never join.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
When does and when does she turn 18?
$4 years.
And now we're leaning into that, like 4 years from now, things could be totally different, totally be changed. Yeah.
Well,
So,
yes,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I mean, he's kind of special, so I'm
Yeah.
just gonna say that.
That's fair.
So.
And we talked about hey, Hawaii sucked. Like, instead of the location, was there like a particular experience that you remember? Like, hey, my career would have been a hell of a lot better if I didn't go through that, or like this deployment sucked, or this particular mission that I was on. Like, obviously we can't talk about too many details, but like, was there anything like it stands out? Like, man, that sucked. That was the worst part of my career that I did this.
Well, I mean, everything. So, like, I tell people all the time. It's a funny question. The question I always ask people is, if you could go back in time and change one thing in your life, would you change? And everyone always says, yeah, I would change this and do this and this and this. And I was like, okay, well, you can't.
Yeah.
Because technically, if you change it, then you change who you are.
Yep.
So, like, even if I could change one thing in my life and keep all my memories and know exactly what I did and why I did it and everything like that, I still wouldn't do it.
Right.
Because everything that I've done has molded me into who I am.
Yeah, that's kind of why I never really asked like what could be changed. Do you because I mean, obviously, like you said, like that's what builds you who you are. Like, is there like a moment where you're like, man, like if I told this story that something bad happened, it would help people that are getting in to try to avoid that situation, or like, hey, don't put yourself in this position because it really like it wasn't like a great thing for me, kind of thing.
No, like, I mean, everyone has different experiences. So like the term "the grass is always greener on the side of the fence." You do have some ads going on.
Yeah, I was like wondering what the sound was I was hearing in the background. Makes sense.
It looks like you have 2 more ads at least.
22 seconds, give or take. Yeah. But people that are watching this later on won't see any of them. It won't be there.
Yeah. So basically, you can't, like, I wouldn't say anything. Like, if someone asks a very specific question, yes, I would answer. But you have there's very seldom I'm trying to think to word this properly. Everything's going to be different for every single person.
Mm-hmm.
If you came up and if you and I were stationed at the exact same place, both units are always going to be different. It just depends on who you're with, what you're doing, everything like that. So ultimately, there's nothing I would say. Like, I couldn't make a blanket statement and go, you don't want to join because of this, or you want to join because it's always going to be case by case.
Yeah. I think like, and I'll give you an example, like how I would probably answer the question is like, understand that no matter what situation you're in, if you're stateside, deployment or whatever, like don't bend the rules more than you think. Like, do what your career can handle. Don't go out and do something like really dumb and expect a great outcome. And what I'm saying is like, hey, if I go out to deployment, like the last one I went to was like Kuwait, and it was like, oh, well, don't expect to be like disobeying an order or like something like specifically like, oh, like I remember, if I remember correctly, and I'm getting really bad example, but like UAE, like their general rule number one was no sex, but in Kuwait didn't. There, I don't remember them even saying that kind of thing.
So I couldn't even say that because here's a big thing. So you were in during a time that's I would have done something completely different.
Yeah.
um, so when it came to COVID and everything like that, you were required, like they were said, you have to do this.
Oh yeah.
Um, I would just go with your gut and be like, nope, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
I'm not vaccines. It hasn't been proven to actually do anything. So not getting it. You want to kick me out because of that? That's cool. I'll go into early retirement.
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do? Like, you're gonna force me out of my contract because I choose not to do something that I have no clue what it's gonna do 10 years down the line?
Yeah, which I'm super surprised that so many people denied to do it. Some people said, "Yeah, I'll do it just to stay in," and then the people that denied says, "I don't want to take this," and they're like, "Oh, we're going to boot you out." And then like year and a half later, it's like, "All right, never mind, didn't happen." Like, what happened to the people that you're forced to take this? Like, and then the people that decided not to, and then they stay in. Like, there's nothing. There was nothing there to
That
it.
that is the very why. That's why I said that you can't. Like, I can't really say, oh, you can't do this or you shouldn't do this or anything like that. I would just honestly say, go with your gut. That's why when you said, oh, you have to follow orders. No, you don't have to follow orders. Follow the orders that you know you should be following.
Oh yeah.
If they tell you to go to, if they say go to this point and do this, you go and do that.
Yeah.
Now, if they tell you go into this bank and shoot it up, like you're like,
Yeah, there's a morality part of that for sure. Yeah.
but I mean, like, ultimately, if it's not issue, um, uh, like even right now, I work retail, and I try to tell people all the time, I'm like, just show up for your job, just do what you're supposed to do, and go about your day. Like that's all you have to do. The bad part is people show up.
Yeah.
People are showing up late. Like, I have been on vacation for 5 days now, and I have a work text, a group text
For work. Yeah.
right? And there's one person that has literally said, "Oh, I'll be late," like 3 times in the 5 days that I've been off, and they're texting 15 minutes before they're supposed to be there. Oh, I'm going to be like 15, 20 minutes late.
Okay.
How are you just knowing this 15 minutes? You've known that you were supposed to be working this day at this time for 3 weeks.
Yeah. Like the dedication to career or job nowadays is totally different than what we grew up in for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, but see, the problem is I honestly think it's just yet again it's an opinion based thing, but I seriously think that you know military service should be required,
I,
or some form of civil service,
mm,
i.e., police, firefighter, EMS, military service. If you want to go into, since I won't say police, I'll say law enforcement, because it could always be corrections officer. You could be like that.
yeah.
But doing a civil service that requires you to do certain things for, let's say, 3 years, because that takes you from 18 to 21, and it gives you basic life skills. It gives you it doesn't throw you into the world and you go, oh, you're 18, you're an adult now, you can do what you want.
Yeah.
And it would prevent like some of these kids, and when I say kids, I mean kids, from doing some of the things that they're doing.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree to some point. I think the only drawback with that be is like you would have a lot of pushback for like freedom, like, oh, I should have the freedom to do whatever the fuck I want, kind of thing. And it's like, okay, well, you're right, but there's a line to what the government needs versus what what we should be doing for the betterment of the United States and things like that. So,
well, it's not just that. It's more or less, okay, I find it fine. How about this? Do 3 years of civil service or do 3 years in jail.
Yeah.
The reason I say that is because civil service, so like the best way that I can explain military service is it's jail that you're not in jail for.
Yeah.
Think about it. You have to be certain places at certain times. You have to be in these certain places for so many hours. You get a break for lunch, and then you go home after a certain time frame.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's basically you're in jail. So what it does is it teaches you life skills of being on time, time management. It teaches you, so many different ideas, like keeping yourself fit.
Mm-hmm.
Like physical fitness in jail is all based off of you.
Yeah.
Now the military, it's not just off you, because a lot of active duty places you have to do morning PT.
Mm-hmm.
So realistically, they help you, but if you're ever going to improve yourself, you have to do it by yourself and on your own.
Like, what do you think the percentage rate, if that was to happen, like people would actually like hold on to those skills? And the reason why I'm asking is because I know a few people that have been in active duty that done like the 4 years, like, hey, I've done 4 years to do college or whatever. And then once my 4 years is up, even if they were active duty guard, whatever they were, and then they come out and they're like,
welcome, Sprinkle Fuck.
Not even close to whatever they were, not even close to what they learned. Like they just almost like dumped it all. Like, what do you think the percentage rate would be?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you how many people that would be, because it's just yet again, it's case by case basis.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to learn, well, if you go in with the mindset that these skills that you do get taught are going to help you in the long run, then most people will keep them. Like every single boss that I have ever had for the past, I would say, 10 years, loves me, because they never worry if I'm going to be there on, because I'm always early.
Oh yeah.
Prime example, when I first started working for the company that I work for now, I actually had an issue come up where I wasn't paying attention to my work schedule. My schedule at the time that this happened was 11 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I had been on this schedule for like 3 weeks, the exact same schedule.
Yeah.
And it was like in the middle of the work week, I was 11 to 7, 11 to 7, 10 to 6, 11 to 7, 11 to 7.
Yeah.
Well, the 10 to 6 shift, I was like, I started getting ready right around the same time which was like 9:45.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I was like, let me take a look at this real quick. I want to make sure everything's going. I swear I thought I saw something different. And I saw I had to be there in like 5 minutes. So I was there 10 minutes late. And my boss at the time was like, we were getting worried about you because you were late.
Yeah, you never were on like late ever before. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They were like, we were about to start calling you and find out where you were because you were early.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm sorry, I just shit hit the fan, you know?
Yeah.
That's that whole I'm always early because I was always taught you be 15 minutes early to wherever you're going.
Mm-hmm.
And the phrase that I always use is if you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
For like the deployments that you've done, like, and I know like there's a few people that I've been in with, and I, you know, full disclosure, I've been in, I think it's 26 years now, still not out yet. And I've run across so many people that are like, oh, I just want to come in. Yeah, I could probably do 20, but you know, that are so scared to deploy because, you know, the situation of the world and things like that. Like what did you learn while you were deployed, and what advice would you give to somebody that says, you know, don't be scared to do this because this is something that could be fun, or this is the good experiences there. Yeah, there's some bad experiences. Like what tell me the kind of a few stories that you've had from when you were deployed to
take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'll give you a prime example. You could deploy in the exact same spot I could. So let's say if we both deployed in the same spot, I could be going, you know, out and going, yeah, my vehicle got blown up again today. Next day, yeah, my vehicle got blown up again today. And you could be like, hey, I ate some pizza from Pizza Hut, and you know,
Yeah.
I went sunbathing.
You're having definitely a different experience for sure. Yeah.
So ultimately, what the big thing is it's like you have little things like that. So
would that depend on the career field you went in? I mean, like, would you like, hey, if you want to be more active or more action scene, if you have to be deployed, these are the careers that you would go to. Like, obviously, Marine, you're going to get more action. You're going to put the doors down, stuff like that.
It's not true. It's time and place. You know the phrase "wrong time, wrong place."
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it comes down to be for anyone. So your military career could be wrong time, wrong place.
Yeah.
Or right time, right place. You know, depending on how you.
Yeah, like the place where I was at in Kuwait was in 2019, and you know, yeah, worked hard, did a lot of things, but it was a lot more fun for us. And then like not even in the next deployment or the deployment afterwards, they could have had the same thing I did, but guess what? You know, COVID hit and they're locked down. They could never leave the base. The whole 6 months they were there, they couldn't leave. They had to be locked down and, you know, and do that. And then coming in, you had to be, you know, quarantined for like 2 weeks. Then you get to intermix with all the you know, the base populace. And then if anybody came on base, if had to be there at least a 4-week thing, because 2 weeks you had to be in quarantine. Then you do your 2 weeks or whatever you're there for, and then or however long you're there for. You just understand that once you get there, 2 weeks of that is going to be quarantined before you got there. And like you said, wrong place, wrong time kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, my career wise, like a lot of people, you know, like I'm always the, you know, first one in, last one out, because, you know, obviously services in the Air Force. Yeah. There's cooking's part of it, but that's like 10% of it. And then there's like mortuary, there's fitness, there's lodging, there's recreation, there's protocol. I mean, you name it, art or finance and stuff in there too. NAF accounting, all that stuff is wrapped up in one thing. So depending on what section of that job you had, could either be a good thing and fun, or could be just mundane and just like, oh, I really hate doing this every single day. So I mean, I get that. So,
yeah.
Like, I always give the people advice is like, oh, if you want to, like I was trying to say is like, if you want to be more active, try to get to a job where you know that you're going to be like called in to do these kind of things. Or like you said, you might get there, you want to be active in 6 months, you're there for 6 months, but you don't do any of that because of the time of the world that don't need you to do that kind of thing. So I guess depending on the career field you want to do, like you were talking about, like what you want to get out of it is totally up to you. Was there a particular memory that you remember, like, hey, I liked doing this in this area, or it's like, hey, you know, like I want to join what you did? And then I know in your situation, like, give me a time frame where you remember being over there, and like a story, like just like maybe like a story you would tell, like, oh, I experienced this and this is how it happened and this is why. Yeah, obviously there's so much detail you can't say, but I mean, like you can say some, I guess.
I tell you what, let me get back to that. Let me get back to that. I do have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna grab another drink.
No, I get that.
And I can answer that question.
I think it's a good idea. Let's take a quick 5 or 6 or something like that, and we'll yeah, it's a good idea. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much. We just took a quick commercial break. We'll call it commercial break. I appreciate it. I think the last question was like just an experience, like telling a story of like where you were at, and like trying to give a little bit of people some information of like, hey, you know, this is his experience while he was there. This is what he had fun with or didn't have, you know, it wasn't exciting while you were there. Like, was there anything that you could fill in the blanks for people that had never deployed or never been anywhere or even joined the military that could give you like a story? Because I think people love hearing veteran stories, I guess.
Well, I mean, like, so I'll give you a prime example. There were plenty of times that nothing would go on, and I was at the gym 3 times a day. Like, you go in the morning, eat breakfast, go before you eat, you know, go in the afternoon, eat lunch.
Yep.
Go before you go, you know, go in the evening, go have dinner, and then you go to bed and start it all over again. Like, so I mean, there was several things. It's just stories like it's kind of like every day, like, you know, some days were shittier than others, and some days were better than I can't really think of any ones that are like, oh my god, like this is the worst thing ever.
I think
like, I don't want to really like.
I think a good like just a like a small, like nothing like crazy story for what I had, but I remember like when we were in Kuwait, to get from one place to another, there was 2 directions. You can go through the oil fields, which would take like 35 minutes off your drive, or you could go around the oil fields and get to where you were going. And a lot of times, you know, everybody was like, you know, we have this like agreement through the Kuwaiti government that we can cross through that. Like, you go through the gates and they're like, yeah, we're military, we just need to go there. Hey, no problem, go ahead. We just pass through it, no problem. And I remember they shut down the oil field because something happened. It wasn't us per se, you know, it wasn't us that happened. Like, we didn't do anything, we were just driving, but then they shut it down for something. I don't know if there was a leak or what happened, but they were shut down. We couldn't even get out. So then like we were driving from whatever, and we got like surrounded by like 4 different officers in there, like 4 different cars. And we're like, what the hell is going on? And it was literally like, hey, we came over here to collect you just so you're safe. Something went down, we had to lock it up. So we're going to escort you off. And I remember like, that was within like the first month of being there, and we were told not to travel through there for a while, because that was it scared the shit out of me. Not gonna lie, I didn't think nothing was gonna happen, but it's like you're in a foreign country, you're like not knowing what's going on, and you know most of them, you know, like a few of them do speak English, some of them don't, and then it's like, okay, like you see all this coming at you, you're like, oh crap, what's going on now? I mean, like some random stories like that. I could tell a few more, but I mean, like I remember that just in the last deployment, that scared the bejesus out of me for a little while. Like something stupid.
I mean, there's plenty of stupid things. We had a very smart person. So on our FOB, or forward operating base,
Yep,
we would allow locals on to do work. Well, if you got the detail, you'd have to be their escort. which means you had your weapon, you had live rounds ready to go, and you'd be in amber status, or you were supposed to be in amber status. Now the three types of status that you have with your weapon. There's green status. Now green is just you have your weapon. There's no magazine in the magazine well, anything like that. Amber is you have a magazine in the magazine well, but no rounds chambered.
Yeah.
And then there's red status, which means magazines in the well with a
welcome wholesome _ evil priest.
So it's ready to go. You pull the trigger, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Well, you were only supposed to be amber status. And that was the SOP. Well, this guy thought he was going to be really cool, and after his detail, he was trying to clear his weapon. Well, he was clearing his weapon with one hand.
Oh, no, yeah.
And he put the barrel up against his thigh. And as he was clearing his weapon, he had an accidental discharge. So he put a round through his thigh.
Oh, jeez. Oh, good God.
Now, go figure, skies were... so we had air units on our fob. We had an airfield on fob. Well, skies were not, they weren't able to fly because of weather. So we actually had to do a ground evac into the Baghdad airport, which is like an hour and a half away from where we were.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, real stupid. Like, you did this to yourself, and then of course, as we're driving, the dude is literally going, "Can you not hit so many bumps?" We're like, "It's your fault." Yeah. So we started hitting more bumps.
Yeah,
we're
like,
oh,
do it on purpose. Yeah, exactly.
So.
And did you have, and like I was talking to a friend of mine that was a lot of Army stuff, and like it was funny because like when he joined, there was the gunner's seats on like some of the vehicles where you'd sit in there in front of the gun or like whatever, which I'm not going to get into too many details, but you sit in front of it. And then like he remembered like within like a year or two, it was like, you're not going to do that anymore. You're going to sit in the vehicle, but you're going to sit in the backyard, but you're going to sit in there and hold on to like an Xbox controller with a screen. And you're going to be able to do the exact same thing, but you're not going to be outside the vehicle protecting the vehicle, but you're going to be inside with a screen and an Xbox controller, just moving the gun back and forth. Did you see any of that? Like transitions?
Yeah, that just depends. No. So that just depended on the vehicle that you were in. There were some vehicles that had the automated, like the camera view for the gunners, and then the rest were just you had to be in the gunner actual. So yeah, I mean, it just I didn't see any like transitioning. It was either you had it or you didn't have it.
Yeah. I like being in like a long time. I remembered that almost everything was paper copy for a long time, like binder and everything. And then like now the last deployment is like you hardly ever saw paper. Everything was digital. Everything was on the computer. Everything, was either by email or by like runner. Like people walked around, like never put it on paper, because if you had to like bug out or had to leave or something did happen, you could just hit like a button and the computer's gone. Like it was just so interesting, the difference of training from when I got in. Is like, oh, if something happens, you have to take the 20 minutes and gather all this and do this and put this in a bag and take out and do this. And then now it's like, just, okay, pack up a computer or go, or literally hit a button and leave it and you lose everything, kind of thing. The evolution of so far 26 years has it's amazing to see or watch too.
But yet again, that's a big difference, through time and stuff like that. Plus it's your job, depending on your job.
Yeah.
Medicine really doesn't change much.
Like, did you, like, when you were in for a long time, like, I remember like some, like, I would think like some technology would have had to have changed through the medical field. Like, do you still use like the paper files, go from one person to another, or do you like, is it all like digital as well, where you move from one place into another, and then you just bring it up and
Both.
add the, oh, you had both at the same time?
Yeah, because think about this. You had digital copies, and then you had the paper copies. The paper copies were just a backup.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Like I was trying to think of,
This is records, because like you're gonna have to take those paper copies back.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
And it, like after you entered from the paper copy to digital, did you guys just shred all the paper stuff so you didn't have to like hold on to it?
no.
Oh, you still had it there. You just, oh,
Just
wow. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. I was trying to think of like probably my favorite experience, because being in services, like back in the day, there was like all the the HSO stuff, or the, why am I drawing a blank on the all the tours that go overseas, and like bands and things like that. Services was always the people that did that. You were correlated to everything. You get the security forces, you get the food, you get the lodging, you get all that stuff for those people. And I think my favorite part of deployment, especially this last one, was since I was in charge of all the community aspects of everything, and oversaw all the games, all the entertainment, things like that, being able to tour with everybody that came through, which was probably my favorite thing. And other people didn't see all the behind the scenes of what you did when they came in, had to pick them up, had to like tour around the base, like some people went through the dog shows for the cops and got chased by a dog. It's like a dog and pony show while they're there, but like to be there with them and kind of like rub shoulders with them and kind of get to know them as a person. And, people say don't meet your heroes, but sometimes is a good thing, sometimes a bad thing. I could look back and a few artists where like, oh yeah, they were really cool to be around. And I was like, or like a few other ones where I'm like, yeah, I don't listen to their music anymore because I met them in person. They're kind of like a douchebag, that kind of thing. So those are like my favorite experiences. Was there something that stood out that you will always remember from those experiences that you were there?
not really.
Oh, really?
So
Because I remember like a lot of like military people that we talked to, like there's always some type of like PTSD moments and things like that. Like we talk through it and whatnot. Like, oh, I went through this. This is how I deal with it. Is there something that you remember that like we always, like the last interview we did, we talked about like OCD and like PTSD and things like that, where like, oh, you just learned with like ADHD how just to deal with it, and then the OCD takes over you have PTSD or like your ADD sometimes. How did you just, if you had to give advice to somebody how to deal with it, like to be better at dealing with something like that, what would you give them?
Take it one day at a time. I mean, that's so deployment is going to be so deployments are always different. I tell a lot of people the same thing. So like, and I'll use the example I used not too long ago. When was the last time you got pulled over?
Putting aside the recent accident, it's been a lot of years. It's been a very long time.
Okay, let's use your accident as an example. Okay. Heaven forbid it was a bad accident.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of people don't understand, and this is kind of like to go about it, but a lot of people don't understand. When you get pulled over, it's supposed to be a very simple, minute thing. You're gonna get pulled over because you're speeding, or failure to yield, or failure to use your traffic signals, or something like that.
Yeah.
Very minor and everything like that. And then you're like, why is the cop such a dick? Well, maybe because 45 minutes ago they just came from a car accident that the car stopped on the tracks and was
Smaller
back
in
to the
number,
train, and
Just a
larger in
six
mind.
people,
Maddie!
six
Welcome
people
to
were killed.
76.
Thank you so much.
I want to let that go through first. Sorry.
That's all right. What's up, Maddie? How are you doing? How was the stream, by the way? Good to see you. We're at the point where we're talking about military experiences and things like that. So if y'all have any questions or feel free to throw things in there, feel free to ask, because we're here to answer them, and we're filling in what we've got for what we have. So right now we're just talking about experiences. So feel free to continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're good. So I mean, you don't know what's going on. Like it's gonna be the reason I say take it day by day. Like you take it day by day. Yet again, every single day is going to be something different.
Oh yeah.
So like a lot of people give me shit because when I was deployed, we had what's called shoes.
Okay.
Shoes are CHU. Okay, that's the acronym, but it stands for compact housing units. Basically, they're 10 boxes. They're 10 boxes that have an AC unit and enough space to put 2 beds and 2 lockers in. That's all the room that you have.
Oh yeah.
With a little bit more.
Yeah.
So you're talking, it's like I think it's like a 10-foot by like 8-foot room. It's super small.
Oh yeah.
So I had a smelly roommate. Okay. Now I chose to take the door closest to the door because I was a smoker. He wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
So that way I could just walk out.
Welcome
smoke a
X
cigarette,
Brimstorm X.
walk back in and not bother him.
Yeah.
Well, there was a time that they were doing inspections and stuff like that and making sure everything's good. And they come in and the room smells like ass because he's not washing his clothes, he's not bathing, and they're like, well, why aren't you doing something? I'm like, he's a grown ass adult. I'm not gonna fucking do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what the fuck to do? So, and I spent maybe like 4 hours a day in that. So, and after you spend so much time in there, you're just gonna get used to it anyway. So, whatever.
Yeah.
But this person came up and they were like, "Oh, pull everything out." So we pull everything out.
Oh no.
We clean everything down, and then this person comes
Welcome,
up and is like,
Sonic
"Take all
Elwood.
your personal hygiene items, throw them away because I bought you this stuff. I bought both of you this stuff." And I looked at her and I was like, "Fuck you."
Oh no. Yeah.
And she's like, "What did you just?" I was like, "Fuck you." Like, you're going to tell me that I have to throw my shit away because one of us stinks.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Okay. Well, how do you know I'm not allergic to the shit that you bought me? How do you know I'm not going to break out? How do you know it's something that I can actually use?
Oh,
Because, what happens if for religious reasons I can't use what you gave me?
yeah.
You don't know. And like I'm getting to the point where it's like I have a weapon on my side with live rounds
Yeah.
close by, and you really want to piss me off. And I mean, like I'm getting to the point where some of the other people that knew me, some of them were coming over and like, "No, you walk away right now. I'll deal with this."
Yeah.
And they said the same thing. They were like, "You can't have this man throw his stuff away. You don't. He's 100% right." Now he went by it the wrong way, but he was right about it. Like, you can't tell him, "Hey, you've got to do this."
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna write you up if you don't do this.
Yeah.
Bitch, please bring it. So that's kind of how it was. That's why I say take it day by day. You don't know what's going on. You don't know. Every day is literally going to be a situation. So that's
And
why I said take it day by day.
because sometimes like yeah, I had somebody in our unit that was so bad that they got sent home from the deployment because they just couldn't get their hygiene in order, and it was pretty bad.
Well, the worst part was so we had a cleaning service. So what you would do is you'd put all your uniforms and stuff like that into a laundry bag. You take the laundry bag up to the laundry service, and you give it to them, and then they do it for you.
Yeah.
And then you take your stuff back after like 2 days. They take your stuff back and you do it again. And
Yeah.
it's just it literally it's just a routine at that point in time. Now I can tell you right now, like I was going through like a bottle of foot powder every week.
Oh geez, yeah.
Well, my feet like sweat already pretty bad, but when you throw me in like 120, 140 degree weather, and I'm having to wear boots,
Oh yeah, I remember that.
12 to 14 hours a day, like it's like they're gonna sweat even worse.
Yeah.
So, but it was like the worst part was, like I said, the room stank. But like I said, when you live in it, you get used to it. I was like, I didn't fucking care.
Yeah, yeah.
But the further you got into the room and the closer you got to his shit, the worse it got.
Like you knew who it was versus just the people that are around. Yeah.
So that's why I was just like, why? Like I understand why she did what she did, but I was just like, you got to be fucking kidding me. And then, like I said, she did try to write me up for it. It didn't go through because I was 100%. Like I was actually in the right when it happened because there was no complaining. I was like, okay, you want us to pull this out? Cool, we'll pull this out. You want us to do this? Cool, we'll do this. Oh,
that's
my
crazy.
God.
Like I do remember we had and the guy that was talking the stink and stuff not only didn't take care of himself, he's like he didn't like eating at the dining facility, so he would go get his to-go containers and he'd come back to his room and eat, and then he'd put the container on top of the locker, and then the next day would happen and he'd repeat, do it again. And then after a week or two, you would think after like that day when you left, you would take those containers out. No, by the time they realized it smelled, he had like 30 containers up there, and it was like, how old were they? Some of them were moldy. Like they literally, when they got him out, they literally like sterilized that whole room, gutted everything, sprayed it all down, all that kind of stuff. So it's just, crazy stuff like that. Yeah.
So that's why I said, like, how I would explain a deployment is it's just a day-by-day situation. I'm not even kidding. There were days that I remember just being like, hey, we're going to play Rock Band all day long.
Yeah.
That's all it was. Like, we played Rock Band all fucking day long.
Yeah.
So, and then there was other days where it's like, hey, we're waking up. We're going to do a mission at this time. 18 hours later, we're coming back from said mission. And then it's like, then we're going to get like 4 hours of sleep and go right back out for another 18 hours.
Yeah.
So it's just
Were you single or were you married at the time where you're deployed?
So I got married 4 days before deploying.
Oh, gee, yeah. That was
my first year of marriage, I was not actually with my wife.
Well, how did you, like, I get this question, like, how do you handle being deployed and being married at the same time? Like, how do you manage that relationship while you're there?
very carefully.
Yeah. Like, any advice, any suggestions? Like, anything that you like, don't do this? Like,
well, no, like that's another thing. Like, so my ex, she thought porn was cheating, and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Like,
yeah.
it's not cheating.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what you talk. Like, I don't care what you say. Porn is not cheating. It doesn't matter if it's live or if it's like, so like, prime example, if you were to go onto like an OnlyFans, if you're not paying for it, who fucking cares, right? It's porn. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But my ex, she was like, "Oh, you're cheating on me. This is, it's not porn. It's something." I was like, "You're a fucking idiot."
So the first year wasn't that like easy. I would put it that way.
I mean, it was pretty easy. I didn't have to see the bitch for a year. Like, it was pretty good.
I think my situation was a little bit different. It was a little harder because we were trying to communicate back and forth. Very, very hard. I think first deployment was like, what, 3 months, give or take, or whatever. And I think it was in Saudi Arabia. And it was like literally you talk to them like once a week. Like, because there was only so much communication at that time. That was right after September 11th. And literally you didn't communicate very often. It was like you were there to do the job. So unfortunately it was easy to do because it was very hard for you to even get an appointment to go sit down in front of a computer or a phone to sit there and talk or whatever. The second one was 8 years later, give or take, or was it 2001, 2009, 2019? Yeah. So 8 years later, I did another one, and I took like a little, like we bought like a little, what was it? Like, it wasn't the iPad or iPhone. It was the iPods, and both of them had cameras on it. So she had one, I had one, and they had like one small area with Wi-Fi, and it's where everybody was at. So like when they were contacting family or whatever, you could, communicate like that. But like, you just knew the communication wasn't going to be the greatest. So enjoy the time you get to talk and blah, blah, blah. And then obviously the last deployment, there was cell service and Wi-Fi just about everywhere. Bless you. You could literally call from your room. You could call from anywhere, like, because there was Wi-Fi everywhere in the facility, and it's just technology was different then. So don't worry about if you're joining now. If you're deploying, you're not going to be able to contact home or be able to do all that kind of stuff, because you can.
So that's another thing. Like, God, so you want to talk about the communication and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I remember when I went to basic training, we got the basic training, and there was
yeah, Maddie says not always the case, by the way. She said, yeah, that's true. I mean,
no, I see that.
Yeah.
And then there was like the orientation. It was like the pre-basic training thing. I can't remember what they call it. But we got one phone call, and you got 60 seconds. And it was saying, "Mom and Dad, I'm here. I'm safe. Good to go. Bye."
Yeah.
And then you didn't get another phone call for 3 fucking months.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
3 months. It was like a month. It was 4 weeks or something like that.
Yeah.
It was something stupid. Now it's like, now people are like, "Oh, I got my cell phone. I can call people on the very first day." And like, fuck you.
Yeah.
And it's nothing bad about it. It's just the problem is you are there to do one specific thing. Do that thing. Yeah,
if you can balance the two, good for you. But like, sometimes, like, I don't try to bring my home stuff to work with me, and especially when you're deployed, I try not to like focus on the home stuff as well, because I mean, like, first deployment was just me and my wife, barely, like, it was, right, we weren't even married then the second time we were married, third time we had kids. So each deployment was a different experience, because you had to deal with all that kind of stuff. And like, it got harder as it went because you got older and you had more drama in your life. And I call it drama, but like situational stuff that you have to deal with. But there's got to be a balance. You show up, do your mission, and then do that, you know?
Like you said, like you had Wi-Fi and stuff like that. Like when I was deployed, we had like you could pay for internet to have like an internet box or to have Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
But it was like who fucking cared? Like, I actually hated the ability to be able to talk to her on a daily basis, because then she's always like, well, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I was like, I can't talk to you.
Exactly.
I can't tell you what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But when we were when we were in Kuwait, it was once a week.
Yeah.
Now I was in Kuwait for like 3.5 weeks, so like I talked to her like 3 times when we were in Kuwait, and it was perfect because it's like, hey, I'm doing okay. Weather sucks. Food's okay. I'm still here.
Yeah.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Yeah.
That's basically what it was.
Yeah.
You know?
Like life is like totally different. Like the last deployment, I literally had Amazon like deliveries to where I was at. It's like if I wanted energy drinks, they delivered. It'd take a month to get there, but I mean, like it literally was a lot more easier, a lot more convenient. It had a lot more like home like amenities that you could resource than you would.
That's crazy for me to hear.
Yeah, exactly.
Like my fob when I was there, it was so funny because it was like you had to make deals with the cooks. Okay, so like that's where I gained my wonderful addiction to Rippets.
Yep.
I still love Rippets. I'm a big citrus guy. But what I would do is I would go talk to the cooks and I'd be like, hey, let me get like 2 cases of the citrus Rippets and let me get like a this and let me get some 2 cases of honey buns and all this stuff. Like I would literally do black market deals, and then they'd be like, oh well, let me get this and let me get this and let me get this and we literally doing black market deals just to get comfort items.
Yeah, my trip, I think my deployment in UAE was like that because I was like the DFAC manager on the flight line. So literally every time I would drive somewhere to do stuff, I would carry cases of Rippets and other stuff with me just in case. You never know where you're going to be. You're like, oh, I need this. And they're like, oh, well, this doesn't work out because of this and this. And I'm like, well, I have a case of Rippets in my truck. And they're like, oh yeah, we can get that to you now if you want. Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
So like, well, it was one of the things that I was doing was I was teaching first responder. So it was like the basic medical course and stuff like that every single person was taught and all that good stuff. And like they'd be like, oh well, I need to get this person in for this course, and I'm like, I'll get them in next week. 2 cases of Rippet. Yeah. And they'd be like, oh no, I'm not going to do that. Well, how long will it take? 6 months. Yeah. And they'd be like, there's 2 cases. And I'm like, okay. Yep. And I even told them, I'd be like, yeah, as long as they can give me the basic information, we'll pass. Yeah. I think it was just simple.
Yeah. I think I did the same thing with like, because I had my own like office in Kuwait, and like when I had the deliveries and stuff like that, like I quit smoking and I started vaping. So I'd, buy the vape juice and all that kind of stuff online to try to ship it there, because you find a vape store in Kuwait and it's goddamn double the price and whatnot. But then I would order like twice as much as what I need. I would, like my energy drinks, I would order twice as much as what I need, because I would know like either I can bargain it or I could kind of make a few bucks. Like, oh, you have a great, like one of those. Yeah. It's like, I'll give you a couple bucks for it. Like, here, cool, man. Yeah, here you go. Like I always had stuff for other people. Most of the times I just like helped out other people, but I definitely you definitely could easily make money if you were smart enough to do all that kind of stuff.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, there was just so many things because, like, it was so, it was like, oh, I need to be seen for sick call. Can you just get me in and get me out? And then like, yeah, that's gonna be a case of honey
It's
buns,
like,
and it was so weird because like I was actually feeding the aid station just on the black market deals that I had, and I was doing other things too. Like I would go around the fob and I'd see people throwing things out, and I'm like, oh, you don't want this fridge anymore? And they'd be like, nah, it's taking up too much space. I
oh,
ordered
geez.
another one.
Yeah.
I'd be like, all right, can you hold this for me? And they'd be like, no, blah blah blah. I was like, here's $10.
Yeah.
Can you hold it for me? And they'd be like, yeah. And I go get a truck,
Yeah.
pick it up, throw it in my shoe, and then some people would be like, hey, I'm looking for a fridge, and I'd be like, well, I got a second one.
Yeah. Yeah.
They'd be like, what do you want for it? I was like, I'll take 4 cases of Rippets, and then they have to go get Rippets. It's just like Rippets were like the currency of deployment. It was just so bad. Like,
Oh yeah. I always remember because it was like, yeah, you use that for deals, but then they always are like, hey, I need to get this. I'm like, oh, like, cool, man. I can supply that for you. And they're like, what can I do? What can I give you for it? Or like, sometimes you do it for free. And sometimes you're like, okay, well, now that you've got the case and it's run out, now I did that for you for, no big deal. I brought it to you. Like, it was no big deal. But the second time won't be.
Gatorades were another one.
Yeah, Gatorade was not. Yeah.
Also, what was really fucked up was it was water. So you were only allowed to grab. So if I remember correctly, they were liter bottles, and I think they came. It was either 6 or 8 per.
Oh my gosh.
Thing.
Yeah.
Per package. Well, they actually had people at our water points as guards to make sure that people weren't just going in and grabbing, 20 of them.
Oh my gosh.
Unless they were like, so like the aid station was allowed to grab a bunch because like we could take a truck over from the aid station and we could grab like 20 of them because
you're medical. It makes sense. Yeah.
Well, no, it wasn't just that. It was that the aid station was so far away from the water point that it would take us forever just to do one at a time. So we would go over there, get like 20, 30 of them, load them into like a big refrigerator that we had. And then that way we had enough water to where we could last like a week.
Oh my gosh.
But what I was doing was I was going in there. I kid you not, like I was like ninjing these shit. Like I'd go in there, grab a case, and then like a couple hours later, I'd go back in there, grab another case. A couple hours later, I'd go back in, grab another case, and people would legitimately be like, "How do you have so much water?" And I'm like, "I stock up."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And like I would have like I had oh man, it was so bad. In my shoe, I had 2 fridges, I had my Xbox, I had a TV, I had my blender. What else did I have? For a while, I had a foot bath, like a foot massage.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That was actually kind of fun.
Yeah.
But I legitimately had like a foot massager bath thing. I had a small burn barrel. That was cool. Because during the summer, really cold at night. Started burning stuff.
It's interesting how like most people don't understand this. Like it literally, like Kuwait, it would get up to 120, 125 degrees during the daytime, but then it would get down to like 30 or 40 like at night, and that doesn't seem like, oh, like you're at home 30 or 40, yeah, you're kind of cold, you have a jacket, but like when you're so used to the dry heat at 120, yeah, 30 to 40 degrees feels like you might need a winter coat Like you might need to be like 3 layers deep. Like,
That's how it was in Iraq. Like Iraq, it was like during the summer months, it was anywhere between 30, 140 degrees in the summer during the day, and then at night it was 20 degrees. And because it's like such a big temperature change, it was like, oh bad.
yeah, you feel you feel it real quick.
It was horrible.
Yeah. We had like
Um,
our last deployment, we had like a smoke pit, like outside of where we lived or whatever, and like staffs and below were E5s and below were all in tents at the time, and they were building like buildings for them, and then like everybody that was E6 and above were in like the hardened facilities or whatever. But there was always this like smoke area between the hardened facilities, and like there was always a group of people that we hung out with, and we all saw that were always just like always right there. And I think those are the times where I love the deployment, because you got to mingle with so many different people, and like even if you didn't smoke, everybody know where to meet people because everybody was at the smoke pits, and like you could play cards, dominoes, you know, there's people that had hookahs and they played music, and even people that would go downtown and get like a projector and a screen for $150, and you'd be watching movies outside in the smoke pit area. Like it was just crazy how the nights were so different than working your ass off during the daytime.
oh yeah, and then like, what was it? I remember doing so I do remember doing like a cigar club type thing. We would play spades and smoke cigars and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I remember doing the projector thing. So, but that was also what we were doing is we actually used our projector. Well, the one that I remember using, we would do it for classes.
Oh,
So it was a lot easier because what you could do is, so like I said, we were doing the debate class.
yeah.
Now, when we were talking about when we were doing like the practicals, like actually doing the IV sticks and stuff like that, you couldn't have 100 people doing the course,
Oh,
but
yeah.
all of the lect could, because what we would do is we would do the lectures at night, pop the projector up on the side of like a barn,
Mm-hmm.
like a steel building, and everyone could see everything.
I mean, easier to do then because you're
So
not jam packed. And I mean, yeah, it would suck if you did that like at 120 degrees, but at the evening when the light's down, you're doing a projector, it's not as hot, you know, sometimes, like we said, sometimes cold.
well, I mean, still, it was a change of things. Um, but I mean, it was so nice. It really was. So,
Yeah. Like
um,
those are the experiences that people need to hear. Like, yeah, some like people come back with war stories and bad things or whatever. Like, but there's a lot of cool things that do happen when you have a lot of people together, and you know, different minds that want to like have fun and do whatever.
a lot of stupid things happen too,
Hey,
like
Spider.
really stupid.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, yeah.
Um, like by example, when I was teaching one of the courses, so um, we had there was so EpiPens,
Mhm.
okay. Um, EpiPens are auto ejected pens, okay. Well, what happens is on the back side of an EpiPen, there's the safety, okay. So um, you have the one side where the needle comes out.
Mhm.
Now, that's actually got the trigger one on it. So when you depress that trigger, it releases the needle that sticks into you and releases the medication.
Right.
Well, on the back side, there's a safety that you have to pull out, right? So we were teaching the course, and the person that was having the course was showing them, oh, this is how you pull the safety out, blah blah, good stuff. And he didn't put it in, and I'm holding it, so I'm like holding it like this,
Yeah.
right? And I depress it like this with my thumb to be like, yeah, this is how you would inject it and everything like that. And the needle shoots into my thumb, hits my thumbnail, and bends.
Oh
And
my
like
god.
I'm like looking at it, and I'm like, okay, ooh, that hurts. And
Oh
like,
my god.
oh, it was like stupid shit.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Welcome, Martin der Signer.
Welcome in. I do have a few other questions. If anybody on chat, that, wants to learn about more military experience, wants to have any questions that they want to ask, feel free to throw them in chat. Cause I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to do, to answer questions. Yeah. We'll sit there and BS the whole time, but if you guys have any questions, feel free to, throw them in chat and everything. We always talk about generally it's experience from other people and whatnot. Would you look back at it and say, I wish I would have done this deployment longer? Was there a deployment that you're like, man, I would have had fun, I would have done this longer? Or was a year enough? Would you say would have been better if it would have been 6 or 8 months or even 2 years? Would you see it differently now as you got out versus when you were experiencing it at the time? What made Ninja want to be a what? Get out of here.
No. Honestly, deployments when you come up to deployments and stuff like that, that's just depending on mission state.
Mm-hmm.
What's needed to be done.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think we ours is mandatory now. Ours is 6 months now, and then they're talking about moving it up to 8 months.
So think about this. If you're doing an occupational war, you don't want to rotate people in and out super quickly.
Right.
The reason being is because you want to let people get that rapport with the communities. You want those people to understand what's going on, because then they start seeing patterns and stuff. And if they're only there for 6 months, that means, so think about this. When you first arrive, you do a left seat, right seat, or you basically coordinate with the unit lead.
Mm.
Okay, and that takes a month.
Yeah.
So you're there. Your first month there, you're literally watching the other people go about their day and see how they do things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then your last month, you're doing the same thing with the incoming unit. So that means realistically, for 2 months, you're not doing normal activities.
Oh, I wish
you're doing something else.
I wish we had that much time. We had 5 days. Our turnover was 5 days in, then 5 days out, kind of thing.
But I mean, what I'm saying is you think about it. You get your advent party. Your advent party shows up, and then you start doing things, and the main body will show up.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the main body the advent party starts showing the main body how to do everything, while the outgoing unit is leaving still.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I said about a month. So
yeah.
it's a month transition. So
did you hear something?
Oh, right.
All right. I was
right. No, so it's it's little things like that. So that means we had 10 months to basically run the show by ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we only did a 6-month thing, that means we're only running the show for 4 months.
Yeah.
That's why time and stuff. Fuck it. It could have been 2 years. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Just suck it up. You're only gonna do it for so long.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, you have more of a chance to be hurt or something like that, but just suck it up. It's just little things like that.
I remember when I first got in, and it was 98, they were saying if you did any trip, it was still only 2 weeks. And I was dumbfounded. I was like, so what you're going to do is you're going to pay me and the flight and everything to fly out from Omaha or Sioux City or whatever, which is middle of whatever, all the way to, let's say, Saudi Arabia, because that was my first one that was there for a little bit, and pay all that travel, be there for 2 weeks, and then travel home. I'm like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. And then they were like, yeah,
exactly.
it doesn't. Like, so like it was 4 months for a while for Air Force, and now it's 6 months. And then I think they're going to advance to 8 because not only saves money for tripping, but gets you in there, get to know everything, you get the experience, get to be able to take over without everything, and then be able to do the transition like you were talking about. Like, it just dumbfounds me how that was even a thought. Like back in the day. I couldn't imagine. I think everybody would volunteer for a deployment if it was a 2-week trip. Like anywhere in the world and go there for 2 weeks. Yeah, fuck, I'll do that. Yeah. I'll do that twice a year. Like easy peasy.
Do that every month.
Exactly.
Like, all right, 2 months of the year, 2 months out of, 2 weeks out of the month, I gotta go to fucking Kuwait. All right, whatever. Fuck it, let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Oh shit. Well, we've been sitting here talking a while about, we talked about a little bit of Star Wars, a little bit of military. We always, like we talked about earlier, like we always tag you as jack of all trades. You come in and you're able to like hold your own and talk about just about any topic that we have. I really wanted to get into like a few like random stuff, like what's going on. What made,
that's an easy question.
There you go.
So it's a family thing. So like I was saying earlier, before you showed up, I will be the last generation of mine to most likely join. So out of my generation, which means my brother, myself, all my cousins that would be first cousins. I'm the only one out of all of us that have joined. But when you go back a generation, which would be my father's generation, my father was in, my mother was in, my uncle on my dad's side was in. So one of his brothers was in. On my mom's side, unfortunately, neither of her brothers were in. So. And then if you go back one more generation to grandparents, my grandfather on my dad's side was in, my grandfather on my mother's side was in, my great uncle on my mom's side was in, my great uncle on my dad's side was in. And if you go back another generation, that it's just a generation thing. So
yeah, I think like we've had a lot of family in ours, but it was like my father, my brother, myself. And I think the main reason why I wanted to join, because I didn't want to do school. Like I thought.
Welcome, Redora Jesu.
Welcome in. I thought college was shit. Like, to be honest with you, like pay a bunch of money to get a diploma that the majority of everybody I hung around with or even was around at all would go to school, pay all this money, and then not even do what they went to school for. The only person I know that went to school, got their degree and did it is my wife's side of the family. Like all of them, like one of them was a teacher, went to school for a teacher, did his teacher. My wife's a chiropractor, went to a chiropractor, do that. But that doesn't happen very often. Like you go to college and if you don't get the job in that thing, guess what? You're doing something else. And the chances of you going back into what you got a degree for, very limited. Let's put it that way. I think that's the main reason why I joined, because I knew there was a career I could do that I didn't need to do college for. And now I'm paying for it like 26 years in the military where it's going to, I obviously I want to get out soon, but like I can't go any higher than what I am now because I don't have that degree, which is fine. That's something I have to deal with, whatever. But like those kind of things don't bother me at all, because was in for as long as I thought. I've been in longer than I thought I would. So I can't complain that way. But Spider, did you ever think about getting in? Did you ever think about like doing that kind of thing? Well, let him do that. So we're like, I was transitioning into like,
smaller
stand by.
But larger in
What's up, Wholesome? If I remember correctly, Wholesome was military too, wasn't it? Weren't you? If I remember correctly.
You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all
Welcome in. Thank you so much. And if I remember correctly, Wholesome, you were prior Army as well. I'm like, you had Nikki on Vegas. That was prior Navy. There's a lot of like people that are floating around that were prior service. However, the allergy shots I'm taking because of asthma. Army. All right, you have to explain that. What's NBC, guy?
Nuclear, biological, chemical.
Oh, okay.
So he didn't do a fucking thing. That's exactly what that means. He this is what he did. He, like, depending on what his rank was, he signed for a bunch of NBC gear. He handed it out to people, and then like once every like 6 months he'd be like, we're gonna do an inspection. And then, oh, everything's good? All right, put it away. We're never using the shit again.
Yeah. Like, was that like
Welcome, Najameister.
welcome in. Was it NBC like supply, or was it like oh, you love the gas chamber? Wait, who says that?
So, actually, what's really funny is I did enjoy the gas chamber too. I was one of the few people that the CS gas doesn't really bother me. Like, I remember a super stupid story, but what happened is right before I got out, so the unit that I was at was a horizontal. Okay, so basically, what my guys did was they made parking lot.
Hmm.
That's literally what they did.
They made parking lots, like
Well,
they
they had to
plowed and
do-
put concrete down, or what?
Sometimes,
Oh, okay.
but like what you do is you go out, you lay the gravel down.
Welcome,
you
Daco
compact it, you do it again, you compact it, you do it again, you compact it to make it to where you can put like Onyx containers on it and stuff like that. That's basically what we did.
Oh, wow.
Well, right before I got out, we had to recertify for our NBC training. Now, I didn't have a mask. I'd already turned that piece of shit in. And they're looking at me like, oh, you're not gonna do it? You're not gonna do it? You're being a little bitch about it, huh? You just borrowed somebody's mask. And I'm like, no, I don't want to borrow someone's mask, but I tell you what, I won't be a bitch. I'm gonna go in there at the very end of the day after the entire gas chamber has been soaked with CS gas, and I'm just gonna walk in there, no mask. They're gonna pop off every last tablet they have left, which is gonna make it even worse. And I'm still not gonna have a mask on.
Oh my gosh. Is that like,
So,
I guess, like you said, difference in Army and Air Force. I guess I never had to do the gas chamber stuff. Never had to worry about that.
what the gas chamber was all meant to do was show you how to clear your mask. So you go in with your mask on. So your mask is properly sealed and everything like that. And the reason you go in there like that is so that you know that it's properly sealed.
Oh, okay.
And then what you do is you take your mask off, you wait like 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're supposed to put your mask back on, clear it. So the way that you would clear your mask is, so when you lift up your mask, you want your eyes closed so that the CS doesn't get into your eye.
No.
And then what happens is you sit there and you breathe normal through your nose. It doesn't bother you. You don't want to breathe through your mouth. Then what happens is you put your mask back on. And the way you clear it is you basically put the mask down, you place your hand over the intake valve or the filter.
Yeah.
And you suck in air. What that'll do is that secures the mask because it makes a suction around your face to guarantee that it is good to go.
Oh my gosh.
And then what you do
Welcome, Chunkid.
is to make sure I'm sorry, first you blow out with your hand over the valve to push all the air out of the mask first. Your mask is gonna fart, so it's gonna make a farting sound.
Yeah.
And then you suck in. make sure that it's good to go. And if you are not bothered by the gas, that means you have a clean seal. But if it is bothering you still, that means your mask isn't properly sealed. So that means either at size,
Oh my
you
gosh.
didn't put it on properly. There's so many different factors.
Wholesome said his didn't
But
work. Like, oh my gosh.
well, it just depends. Like I said, it's they work, but they don't work.
Like, I think our like mask like fitting is we sat in a room and you hooked the mask up to your face and there was some type of thing that gets plugged into it. And
Welcome Tharnak 321.
Welcome it. They pump the air with like I'm gonna say candle stuff or whatever, something that gave off some type of smell, something whatever, and then it would read the inside and the outside of the mask. And if it was like inside was the number versus outside the number, then it would pass just fine. If not, then you got a new one. You do whatever. You'd find one that was your size and fit, and that's the worst that we've ever done. Like, I walked in and it never worked, but it didn't bug me at all. Oh my gosh. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, like, there's a lot of little nitpick items, but yeah. So basically, NBC didn't work. I like that's basically what they did. I know my NBC guys were basically office staff.
Yeah.
So they help. You don't do your job. Like you really don't. Like here's the best way to explain it. If an NBC person is doing their job, we have issues.
Oh, geez.
I mean, it's as simple as that. If whoever your NBC rep is doing their job, we're not having a good day.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. And majority of the time, was the testing of that was all stateside, right? It's not like you had to do all that testing while you were deployed too, right? Because you should have everything done before
that.
then.
That's pre-deployment.
Yeah.
No, that was you can do that shit.
Yeah, you have to do that stuff before you go to make sure all your equipment is ready to go for that. Yeah.
And fuck, even when I was deployed, let me see, when did I carry my mask? Oh, that's right, never.
Never. Yeah, exactly.
Like fuck that shit.
Like we had ours, like in Saudi Arabia, I carried my stuff back and forth because, like, obviously that was right after September 11th. So obviously, you know, everybody was like, carry your shit with you. You never know what's going to happen. You know, whatever. Didn't use it. Just
but that's a different story.
Yeah. But then like in UAE and Kuwait, I literally like never had it in the place I slept. It was always at my office or wherever it's at. Like the second one was at the dining facility that I ran. All the equipment was there, like just in case something happens while I was at work. But God forbid if something happened while I was at home or in the barracks, because all my shit was in a different location, because they didn't care about you carrying it with you. They cared about when you were at your job. Like looking back at it now, I'm like, geez, like, so you didn't care about us too much when we weren't working. Like, oh my god.
No, but it was a lot. Like I said, there was some fun stuff, but there was some like really weird stuff. Like, so another cool thing is when I was with the construction company, I learned how to actually operate a 10-ton dump truck.
Yeah.
I learned how to operate a grader, which a grader is actually really, really cool. You actually see those used in civilian world too. So what a grader is it looks like a tractor. So it's got the 2 front wheels and the 2 back wheels, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's got a single blade that goes down the middle of the tractor, and you'll see it. That blade comes down to the ground, and it's like looks like it's pushing dirt. It's actually it's grading the street. Now, what the grade actually is if you actually go to any street, no road, no nothing is flat.
Oh my gosh.
Not a single road is flat. No parking lots are flat.
I
The reason being is because of water. Remember, water moves to the lowest point.
right.
So the very top point of that road. So like if you're, let's say, a 2-lane road. So it's got one road on one side of the lane and one road on the, like, so one lane on each side of the road for traffic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the very middle of it, let's say that is at 0 degrees. As you go to either the left or the right, it's going to gradually decrease in its angle. But it may be like a 0.1%.
Just enough to like have a way
It's
for it to move.
just enough. Exactly. So by the time you get to the very end of the very side of the road, you're like a 2% grade at that point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Comparison. So that's why that's why that vehicle is actually called a grader, because it's grading the road to make it angled.
Huh. And that makes sense, because I mean, like, you definitely don't want all the water like lingering on the road and then it gets frozen and whatnot. You want it to drain off the road so it doesn't make such a big deal. Yeah.
And that's how they do parking lots. That's how they do driveways. That's how they do all of that stuff. Technically, house foundations are graded.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense, because like almost every place I've ever lived, it's the bottom of your backyard is usually lower than what it is next to the house, so the water could drain away from the house and not flood the house or not hurt the
Exactly.
the foundation and stuff. Was that your like favorite machinery that you got to like mess with?
So I got to use a excavator, which was real fun. So yeah, I did get to do that. I mean, like construction vehicles, I would say the excavator was probably my favorite. I mean, I've operated bulldozers too now. I mean, like, those are fun too, but excavator is just really fun. It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna pick up, half a ton worth of, dirt
Yeah.
every scoop that I do. It's just like, whoop, there you go. There you go.
Yeah. Since we're kind of like transitioning from military stuff to like what we call jack of all trades and stuff like that, did you see like your experience militarily wise help you get like more experience, more jobs in the civilian world, or did you have any trouble like merging into that civilian life with the experience, or like the backstory, or like even like the resume of just mostly military behind you?
No, actually, I didn't. So think about this. So my military driver's license was like a page and a half long.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, so when I was active duty, my first active duty station, I was technically the evacuation platoon for our Charlie Med.
Mhm.
Okay. If it had wheels or if it had tracks, I could drive it.
Yeah.
Except for like very specific, like technically, like an Abrams was not on my list of vehicles that I could drive.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it was a vehicle that, like, why would I ever? Why would we ever turn that vehicle into a vehicle? You wouldn't. So,
Like taking that experience, like I was saying, like like when you were applying for jobs as a civilian, did that help you get jobs? Did it like
well, yeah, because like one of my very first jobs out of the Army was a truck driver. So I had massive experience driving large vehicles.
yeah.
and it was this very similar concept for everything.
But that obviously doing that when you first got out versus what you're doing now, that wasn't something that you wanted to keep doing.
No. There's a lot of things that went into what I do now.
Well, we can move into, we could, like, since it's getting late and you and don't want to keep you up too long, we can move into some of the lightning round questions. I'm
good, dude. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I really need, I got some other types of drinks that I can drink.
Okay. Well,
it's one of those things.
All right. So before we do that, then look, I wanted to get into like a few conversations that we've done, like outside of, or like within Discord, just kind of like, some controversial stuff that you can say controversial or whatever, like people would have different opinions or whatever. But like the concept that I wanted to kind of get into the jack of all trades, because all the conversations that I've ever had with you, it's like, I hate to say it like this, but you had a lot of answers for a lot of my questions, and a lot of people don't. And that's the reason why I like that. Like when you said jack of all trades, and like you're probably dead set on with that, because I knew if I had any questions about anything, I knew that you would have some type of guidance or some type of answers or some type of like, hey, I would look into this or look into that, or like get these answers so you can make a better decision. So like that helped me a lot. So like, one of them was, we were talking about like ADHD and and all that stuff, and like even Spider was here, we talked about this in Harley's channel, and we talked about this and the other interviews that I've done and stuff like that, is like, how do you deal with, like, kind of briefly talked about this earlier, but like you say, oh, I just dealt with it, like how, like what advice would you give somebody to help just deal with it? Because that's you per se, but like let's say I'm having trouble dealing with it. What advice would you give me if I was having some issue with ADHD or OCD or like stuff like that?
So when it comes to things like ADD, you have to really like, you got to break it down. Like, what is the issue with it?
Mm-hmm.
Typically, ADD people have a hard time focusing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, here's the really funny part. There is always something that you can focus on. Always.
Yeah.
I've noticed that some people, like, you can focus on games, or you can focus on whatever. So what you do is you picture yourself actually doing those things, and it makes it easier for you to focus on it. Because a lot of times it's just you're bored.
yeah.
So you just have to get through. Like, you have to get through it. And you have to understand, hey, it's gonna be boring now, but I've got to focus this. I've got. That would probably be my one big piece of advice. When it comes to like ADD or ADHD,
Mm-hmm.
You just kind of have to be like, you have to figure out what's that thing that's gonna get you to focus.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
I think with a trick, like while you're thinking about that, like I think a trick that I use with the kids is like, we now have a timer, like the old school like crank timers that like click that goes through whatever. And I was like, okay, we're gonna focus on like, I'll just use math as an example. Not really we're doing math, but I'll just use an example. Like, hey, we have X amount of problems. You have 5 minutes. Like, we're gonna get through as many as we can, and after 5 minutes, we're gonna go for a walk or do something, and then come back and do it like that way. Because if you're doing the same task too long, either you're going to lose interest, you're going to forget what you're learning, or you just don't care. So like what we're doing with them is like a certain time frame, and then we go do something and we come back and try to finish.
So there's a problem with doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem with doing something like that is then you're going to train them that, oh, I only have to do this for 5 minutes, and then I get to do something else.
Yeah. I mean, we increase the time as time goes on, like.
No, I understand that, but how do I say? that is where it's going to be an individual case basis, and
Right.
where it's like they have to figure out what they can do.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can maybe show them on how to do stuff,
Mm-hmm.
like even right now, like you probably like you can't see it, but like I'm very like part of my issue is I can't sit still
Yeah.
a lot. So like even right now, my hands are actually moving. I actually talk with my hands a lot, but my hands are actually moving right now, and my like legs are rocking,
Yeah.
like moving my legs back and um, and it's a standard thing that I do.
Yeah.
So when I'm talking, um, like publicly, I've noticed that I'll move my hands a lot. Excuse me.
Hmm.
I talk with my hands a lot. Um, More or less, I think for me, it's also to show like emphasis on like certain things. Like I'll be like, "Oh, it's this big," you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
um, instead of saying it's just really big.
Mm-hmm.
So like that way, people can understand that I'm trying to make emphasis on the big portion. Um, so uh, everyone's gonna have their own tricks when it comes to like dealing with certain things like that.
Yeah.
So
Like I haven't debuted the studio yet. That'll come in like the 7th or whatever. But like I have this thing underneath my desk that I can rock my feet back and forth and just keep like movement on my feet. And that's just something that I find myself doing a lot more than like, yeah, I talk with my hands sometimes, but like I catch myself in like interviews like this where like I have my hands down, or like I'll be messing around with my nails, or I'll do something, but it's always like doing something that keeps my attention, but yet it keeps me moving. Because if I sit down, like doesn't matter what it is, I'm gonna like lose my train of thought, whatever. Um, so like we were talking about like OCD, we were talking about ADHD and stuff like that. We got into a subject a little while ago, and I really wanted to get some opinions out there and things like that. Like we talked about sports and about like people in sports. And I know you know where I'm going with this, but what is your opinion on like the future of sports and how they're letting certain people play certain sports and things?
oh my god. So here we go. This could be fun. Um, so here's my honest opinion. If you really want my honest opinion,
Yes,
I'll give it to you.
that's what we're here for.
So I truly think that um, when it comes to like sports, when it comes to um, like combat or anything like that, like UFC or um, boxing, because those are still technically considered sport. There has to be a let's start it off with this first. Do you think um, athletes should be allowed to use steroids?
um, in my opinion, in reality, I don't think so. Like, I think it's either you let everybody use it or you let nobody use it. And if it gets to the point where you want an equal playing ground, you just say absolutely not. We test it, make sure it's not, kind of thing.
So that's where this next portion comes.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly think that fuck it,
Yeah.
let them use steroids,
Yeah.
right? Because okay, then they're going to perform better. They'll get burnt out faster, but they will perform better,
Mm-hmm.
right? So when it comes to um, like transgender people being in sports, okay, then what we should start doing is just doing the whole one league,
Yep.
because then it's who's the best, and not break it up into any other way. Just like we were talking about it not too long ago about the Olympics. I guarantee you that there are some people in the Special Olympics that could massively outdo people in a normal Olympics. But the reason they don't do it is because of a difference, which is most of the time going to be a mental disorder of some sort that prevents them from competing in a regular Olympics. It's the same thing with that.
Yeah. No,
You know?
I'm following you. I just wanted to like get the information out there because I'm like, everybody has their own opinions, and I just I love to like get other people's like thoughts on it, because if you're not hearing other people's opinions, then you're in your own fucking bubble, and if you're in your own bubble, you'll never understand how people see life and see different perspectives. And once you sit down and you listen to other people's perspectives, you're like, oh, I can see that. I understand that. You know, like I see where you're coming from. You might not have to agree with everything, but at least you're to the point where it's like you're taking the time to listen and understand where people are coming from. And that's where I kind of like reason why I want to get some of these topics out there now, so people can hear a different point of view. And you might agree, you might not agree, but it is what it is. And Harley's channel, we talked about like weed and like the difference between medical and recreational. Do you think there should be a restriction at all? Like, do you think it should be legal? Like, do you think it should be legal across the board and everything like that?
Here's my opinion on that. Drugs. Every single drug should be legal.
I don't disagree with that either.
So here's the big thing. You want to do heroin? Sucks to be you if you OD. Cops won't carry Narcan on them. You want to do it? Go right ahead and do it. First of all, it weeds out the gene pool.
Fair enough.
And everything like that. So, but if we are going to do it, what we should have done. So I know there are some states that legalized it for recreational purposes, but there are like certain requirements. Like in Illinois, you have to be 21, just like you were drinking alcohol.
Yep.
You have to have it in the original dispensary container that you bought it from. Like, so like if I were to go buy some right now, if a cop pulls me over or something like that, it has to be in the original container. Okay. But here's the problem with this. What does marijuana, weed, the grass, it doesn't matter what you call it, right? What does THC do to you? First of all, it's a depressant. So there's two types of drugs. Depressant, and then there is a stimulant. Okay.
Yeah.
Like nicotine. Nicotine's a stimulant. Okay. So what it does is it, as a stimulant, it speeds up your heart rate, your blood pressure. It does those things like that. Whereas depressants does the exact opposite. It lowers your blood pressure, lowers your heart rate. It lowers your reaction time, just like alcohol does. If I get pulled over right now and I've been smoking, a cop cannot test me to see if I've recently smoked. They can test me to see if I've smoked, but I could have smoked 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I could have smoked 3 weeks ago. In some cases, it could be 6 weeks ago, depending on how much fat I have on my body, because THC attaches to fat molecules. So depending on how much fat you have on your body, you have it in your bloodstream for a month and a half, 2 months maybe. So how do I know that you didn't just recently smoke it? So what they should have done was they should have been able to do an on-the-spot test, just like they do with alcohol, which is a PVB, I think. It's
like a breathalyzer kind of thing.
It's a preliminary blood alcohol content. I don't remember what the acronym is, but they can test to see what your approximate blood alcohol content.
Yeah.
right? That's on the spot testing, and then it's 100% good to go. I don't really care.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to do cocaine, good on you. Go do it.
Yeah.
It's your choice. You want to do heroin? Good on you. Go do it. I don't care.
Like
If it doesn't,
I'm all for like things that don't hurt others, and you make a choice on yourself. That's up to you. And like I never could understand why people got ticketed for not wearing a seatbelt, because not wearing a seatbelt doesn't hurt you. Like that's my choice, kind of thing.
but it could.
Okay, I love to explain. This is why I want to get into conversations like this. That's what I like.
So what happens if you and I have a head-on collision and you're not wearing a seatbelt? You get ejected from your vehicle, and your head smashes into my chest, breaking my sternum and crushing my aorta.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
So in turn, by you not wearing your seatbelt, not only did you kill yourself, but you killed me.
Okay. I don't think that was the reason why they made that law a thing, though. I don't think that's the reason why they made it.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If you think about it, laws are implemented because people did something stupid.
Fair, yeah.
Seatbelts save more lives than they cause deaths. A lot of people will say, oh, well, if they weren't wearing their seatbelt, they could have gotten out of the vehicle faster.
Mm.
Or, oh, if they weren't wearing a seatbelt, then, this wouldn't have happened. Or that's like saying, it's like saying, oh, if this person didn't eat that steak, they wouldn't have choked to death. Like,
True.
it happens.
Yeah.
But it's not the majority of the case.
No, and I get that. And the reason why I bring it up and like talk about this kind of stuff is like because like you make a law that says, or whatever you want to say is like a restriction or a safety thing that says, hey, seatbelts save more lives than you're not wearing them, so that's why we created this. Then we kind of go back to like vaccines. Like, why is one okay to enforce on one person and the other one not? Like that's
because one's been proven.
They like to say that because I mean, like some of the like vaccines, I like to say proven, like the polio vaccine and all that kind of stuff. And then like everybody.
How long have seatbelts been required in vehicles?
I would probably guess what 70s.
Well,
maybe 60s.
No, definitely no.
Like later, because I mean, there are a lot of states didn't have a law, and like I was gonna say probably maybe a little bit later because I remember like even the years when I was a kid, I didn't have seatbelts even in the vehicle.
You're looking at early 80s to mid 80s. They started becoming required to be in the vehicle, like in the vehicle.
Okay.
You may not have been required to wear them, but manufacturers were being required to put them in the vehicle.
Because it was only like a prerequisite saying, hey, we know this is coming, so requirements coming, so we need to basically put this in there.
No, because they were probably already starting to say, like, I can't say right now, like, I haven't looked up the information or anything like that for that very specific thing, but like, I guarantee you, they were already testing to make sure seatbelts were doing what they were supposed to be doing.
Right.
They started making it requirements. Now, you didn't have the chest and lap seatbelts, but you had at least a lap seatbelt.
Right. But they used to say, but that like the polio vaccine and stuff like that, that's been around a lot longer than seatbelts have been around, and they don't have a law that says you have to take that. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Certain places you do.
Like when you like go to school, like some schools require that. Yeah.
So it's a basic school vaccine. So in order for you to go to public schools, you have to.
Yeah, either that or you have like some type of like doctor approved note that says you're not going to take it or something like that. Yeah.
Yep. Because of X, Y, and Z.
Mhm.
Like, so that's the whole point. Like, but it's proven that it does do what it's supposed to.
Yeah.
That's the big thing.
Yeah, I get a little leery on like, yeah, you can't really like push like use the example of the COVID vaccine, but you can go back and talk about the regular like vaccines of like, and the reason why I said the polio, because I know that one's been around a very, very long time, and some of the cases of that are starting to, sneak their way back into society because we're not requiring that vaccine. I mean, my take is, in reality, you don't want to take vaccine, don't take it. I don't give a shit, whatever but like I said, some of those can spread because the choice of not taking it. So, I mean, that's what I worry about. And that's the reason why I brought seatbelts up versus vaccines. Cause when you compare the two of what's required, what's not, you start, having that debate and that conversation about requirements on other stuff as well.
Well, whenever it comes to certain things like that, like realistically,
Welcome, Distant Moonex.
communities should be governing themselves, not anything else. Prime example: the city that you live in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's the population? Like approximate population?
I'd have to look that up. I have no idea. A lot. Like
what? Like a couple million?
it's a good question. Let me see. God, not even says it says the population of Nebraska is 2 million, and the city I live in is 485,000.
485,000.
Yeah.
Let's say
Welcome, Distant Moonex.
485,000.
Hey, you too. I appreciate it. Good to see you. It's an interesting statistic that I didn't know. Learning something today.
So there's 500,000, roughly about 500,000 people.
Yeah, give or take. Yeah.
Laws that apply. Let's just take this. Do you think laws that apply to your city should apply to a city that has 2,000 people?
I mean, you're getting into this the interesting fact of like a federal versus state law.
Nope. No. I'm just saying, just in general. Do you think so? If you have a city that has 2,000 people in it
Mm-hmm.
versus a city that has 500,000 people in it, do you think the laws should govern both cities the exact same?
It's a good question depending on the law, but yeah, I mean, in general wise, I mean, like most laws should be the same. Like,
No.
Okay.
Because the community will govern themselves the way they need to.
Right.
What happens if that 2,000 populated community is Amish?
It's fair. Yeah.
And that's right, Amish don't use vehicle, like they don't use standard like vehicles that like they're not using cars.
Mm-hmm.
So when they come and they go, the speed limit has to be you have to be able to travel 45 miles an hour to be on this quote unquote road because it's classified as a highway. Because all highways you have to be able to travel 45 miles an hour or you're impeding traffic.
Yeah.
But if this 2,000 populated city doesn't use cars, why would it need why would it have to have a highway?
I mean, that's a good fact. I mean, like, then you're in the military exemption. You're like the medical exemption, your religious exemptions, and a lot of kind of stuff. So I mean, like, your basic laws would have to be the same, but like you have to make exceptions for those kind of things. I mean, like, it's not like, okay, we have a 485,000 people population in Omaha. They have farmers. They still like get a tractor to go from one area to another. They're never going to get 45 up to 45. So they make that exemption for slow vehicles. You have to put a sign on the back. You're like, as long as if you're doing something, you have to have that sign. And I think if an Amish community is in a busier city, they still have to have that possible sign on the back of their buggy or whatever you want to call it. I think they still have to like abide by some of them when you come out of that to travel from one to another. I don't know that, but I mean, that would be a good example, I guess.
Here's another good example. The state of Illinois in 2023, January of 2023, passed a law that states I cannot work more than on my 7th day.
Yeah.
I have to have a rest day. I
Mhm.
cannot work 7 days in a row.
At all, like
By
period?
law.
Oh, geez.
Because they're worried about burning people out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I'm sorry, that's for hourly workers, not for salary workers.
Yes.
It's hourly.
Hourly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So what does that now do? Now what that does, now this is for the whole state.
Mm-hmm.
Now what that does is that means if I want to work the overtime, if I'm given the opportunity to work the overtime, I can't.
See, that's terrible.
But here's a caveat to that too. What happens if I have 2 jobs? One job I work 3 days, and the other job I work 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, I am breaking state law because I'm working 7 days in a row.
Yeah, I never thought
So
about it yet.
not only can both businesses that I work for get fined, but I can get fined because they're not giving me a break.
I read about that, and they are allowed to do that 8 weeks a year. Like, only pick like 8 times you can work 7 days in a row. Oh my gosh, that's still kind of crazy. Because I mean, like, we had like when our power plant was like shorthanded, like, yeah, you'd have to sign a form that you signed for like work hour rules. We had work hour rules where you can only work so many hours and stuff like that per job. Yeah, I see that. And like we'd have work hour rules based on like OPPD. Like, it says these are the work hours you had, but then and the concept was, okay, well, we're going to break those work hour rules, but you have to sign this form that you agree that it's like you are willing to allow us to let you do that. And so then there's people that worked 30, 40 days in a row. And the sad part is we were on 12-hour shifts. And I was like thinking to myself, like, shit, when we were deployed, that's what we kind of did anyway. So I mean, like, what's the difference? Like,
that's the whole thing about that's like when you were talking about seatbelts. The community should govern itself. That's it. Just let the community govern itself and stop trying to. What happens if, oh, heaven forbid, you're in a city that has a very low population, but you're an essential job that you need to be able to, like, you have to be working.
mm-hmm.
You know?
So based on that, like theory, do you believe or do you agree with like federal laws then? Like that the federal government can control the entire United States based on that then? If you want the communities or like the areas to control themselves.
So whenever it comes to like federal laws, so the federal government should only deal with like 3 different things: infrastructure,
Okay.
national security, and foreign policies. That's it.
Yeah.
Anything else should be completely based off of your community, your state, your county, your city.
I mean, I can see your opinion on. I mean, I can see your like side of it, and I think that controlling that is one thing. But I think there's way more. The whole United States should follow, because that's what the United States would be. Like, we unitedly came together to make these laws for everybody, Yeah, some
Okay.
are states, some are like locally and all that kind of stuff. But
Here's a prime example for you.
okay,
How many states say it's legal for you to smoke marijuana recreationally?
I would probably guess 4, maybe 5.
No, it's probably closer to like 10 or 12.
Okay, a little bit higher. Okay,
But actually, here's another example. How many states can you have marijuana medically?
I would be a guess on that one too.
I think it's something like 48 or 40. It's like it's mid high 40s. It's not even all 50 states.
Okay, yeah, I would not have guessed that high. I would have guessed low on that one too.
because because federally it's still illegal to use, even though it's a class 2 so prime example, we're gonna get into pharmacy real quick.
Yeah.
Cocaine's a class 2 drug. So a class 2 drug means that a licensed physician has to write you the prescription. Only a licensed physician. So that means an MD.
Mhm.
So like you have PAs, which are physician's assistants and stuff like that. They actually cannot, if I remember correctly, they can't write for C2s
Oh, okay.
without their attending MD on the form. Like they have to, like their name has to be on the prescription as well, saying that they're signing off on it.
Right. Yeah.
It's basically they don't have to sign for it, but their name has to be, if I remember correctly. But so cocaine's a C2 drug, but it can't be it can't be prescribed.
Right. Crit said, I live in PA and you can literally use an online doctor to get a medical card. I would not have known that either. See, I'm learning a lot. That's what these conversations about, is to learn stuff, because I'm learning a lot just in this instance here. So,
but what I'm saying is like ultimately, federally, it's illegal.
right.
So like, as a commercial driver, like as a commercial driver, because I know for a fact, because I was one.
Mm-hmm.
When Colorado came out, and said they were going to legalize marijuana, they made so much money off it.
Yeah.
From all sorts of states were coming there to legally buy it. Now, once they cross over into state borders, then they're technically breaking the law, because then they're transporting it.
Yeah.
But as a commercial driver, I still could not do it because I was governed by federal law.
Right.
But yet again, what if I was a local truck driver and never left state borders?
I mean, I would.
You see what I mean about community governing communities?
Right.
It shouldn't matter. That's why I said there's the 3 things that the federal government should like do laws about: infrastructure, national security, and foreign policies. That's it.
You can't be a truck driver in PA without with a medical. Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. So like you couldn't even be in, like what you're saying is like when you were a local truck driver and you were like, when you were saying what you were like, it applied to everybody. And you're saying like, because you're locally, you should still be able to, because you weren't crossing borders.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Communities should be governing communities. So like, if I lived in a town that's being topless was not, so like being topless was not an issue.
Yeah.
Because it was like a nudist colony, like that, you know. Why should anyone else say, oh no, that's against the law because that's a decent exposure? Well, not for anyone in this community.
Right. I mean, I get.
So
I mean, I get your point with some of the like community like rules and things like that, where you should have like general like Kurt said, like medical cards prevent you from doing jobs and owning firearms. Like so, like if I could have a medical card here in like Nebraska, and I own firearms, but then I get a job to go like say like Pennsylvania, and I have a medical card and I go there, I am illegally transferring my firearms into that state because I now have a medical card. Now I have to give up my like weapons because I have one. Like I just like some of those I think should like in my opinion should be like federalized just because that means I can travel and do whatever I want and not be held accountable by something that should give me the right to be able to do things. I understand the community right where or in our community you can be naked or in this community you can't be or whatever. I understand to a point, but there yeah, it's very hard to have this conversation and see.
Well,
Yeah,
it's the same way with like. So I bought firearms when I was in Texas. When
yeah,
I came up to Illinois, I had to get my FOID card or I had to relinquish my firearms.
yeah.
So unfortunately, I sold them. Um, but that's the same thing.
I don't disagree with that, Kritz. He says I don't agree with the prevention of owning firearms is based on generational racial discrimination. It can be. Yeah, I mean, owning firearms can be discriminative no matter who you are, no matter if you have a medical disability, you have black, white, whatever. Like it can be discriminatory depending on what state you live in. So like this is the conversation I wanted to get in because then you get a little bit of opinion based because now if it was like a federal law where you can't discriminate from that, now like when you go from like you said from Texas to Illinois, you don't have to do all that extra shit because you're all protected under that one law. But it's the origin of law that makes me state it that way. No, I get what you're saying. And this is the reason why I wanted the chat to be involved because I know that everybody was going to have their different like viewpoints on all that kind of stuff. And I'm getting the know you like I knew you a long time and I know like this is the reason why I kind of wanted to hit these conversations because I wanted other people to see the point of view. But like if only 3 things the federal government are covering and then like every community versus state versus where you live, like you couldn't even travel anywhere and it's going to be hard to keep track of, I want to go from like right now.
Yes, you could.
Okay. I'm okay.
So here's prime example. Speed limits.
Yeah.
What dictates speed limits?
Isn't that the state?
Well, sorta. So, what dictates a speed limit? If you go down, like, prime example, if you go down, uh, in the rules and regulations for driving, when you get your license, how fast are you supposed to move in a parking lot?
Like I would say 5, max 10, maybe.
It's 5 miles an hour. The speed limit inside of a parking lot is 5 miles an hour. The reason it is 5 miles an hour is because if anyone bolts out in front of you, 5 miles an hour, you should be moving slow enough to where you can react in time to hit the brakes and stop your vehicle to where you won't hit them.
Mm-hmm.
So if people have an understanding of that, which no one does because people are still driving 15, 20 miles an hour in a parking lot.
Yeah.
If the understanding is that in a parking lot, we only drive 5 miles an hour. When you go into another state, when you go into another town, you know that if you're driving in an area,
yeah,
you should only be driving 25 to 30 miles an hour for safety reasons.
right.
You don't need speed limits if people use common sense.
Now you're getting into like what's common sense for one person is not common sense for another.
But that's communities governing communities.
Yeah.
If I was in a community that speed limits were 40 miles an hour on every single street, right?
Yeah.
And somebody comes down and they're doing 60, hey, they're speeding. That's unsafe.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Done. You don't need a speed limit. If everyone's doing the same speed, who cares?
Yeah. You're never
Like,
gonna.
that's ultimately like that's where it comes down to it. That's why I said communities govern communities. Then you don't need. Now when it comes to specific things, like um like Chick-fil-A as a company, Chick-fil-A is closed. Every single Chick-fil-A is closed on Sundays
Yeah.
because it's a company policy that it's closed on Sundays. That's due to religious purposes.
Except for one that's 8 times a year, that's open on Sundays. But that's a small fact on Chick-fil-A, by the way. There's only one that's ever opened on Sundays, and it's 8 times a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's not talk about the minority. Let's talk about the majority.
I know. It was always it's a good trivia knowledge that there's one Chick-fil-A that opens up 8 times a year on Sunday.
But ultimately, that's just their community. That's the Chick-fil-A community. That all of them are closed on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So knowing that,
Still right in. Yeah.
So knowing that, that's the whole thing. Like, okay, they understand that they will lose business on Sundays. They will, they won't be revenue.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just that's how they govern themselves.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm understanding exactly what you're getting at. I'm just pushing back just for fun because of the conversation, and like I like to play devil's advocate on a different opinion and stuff like that. But and when it comes down to like govern itself and stuff like that, like it comes things that are in the news right now. Like it's all like women's rights, black rights, white rights, all that kind of stuff. Like I would think that based on a state versus community versus United States, you would think certain rights should be the same across the entire board, no matter what. And that's not truly the case. Like the rights that I have versus the rights that women have versus rights that, this race has, all that kind of stuff are not the same across the board. So I was just I like to push back on that because I feel like in the United States, certain rights should be the same across the board.
Yes, but then if you did that, you'd actually have to amend certain things.
I agree. I agree that some amendments should happen, but they don't. But
no, you'd have to get rid of some amendments.
Well, you'd have to you technically you would write an amendment to get rid of one kind of thing. Yeah. And it'd be very hard to do, but I mean, I feel like there's certain things that should be that way. I mean, I'm not going to debate the abortion thing or whatever like that, but I'm like, some women's rights should be the same as male rights, and that's what's in the news now.
What woman's right is not the same as man's right?
I would love to give you a great example of that, but I don't have one off the top of my head. But I remember, I don't really want to talk about abortion, but I'll use that as an example. They should be able to do whatever they want to do to themselves. You're talking about to do the drugs. Everybody can do whatever they want as long as, if they want to do drugs, they want to do like steroids and stuff like that, let them do it because they're doing it to themselves and they have a choice. But then we're like, okay, well, you have a choice, but then we're taking away your choice. That's probably the best example I could think of off the top of my head right now, but I'm sure there's a few other ones.
Okay. I won't go into that conversation.
Yeah.
Ever want to?
Yeah.
We can do that offline and stuff like that. But that's one of those ones where it's like there's a lot that goes on with it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. Abortion's totally a different situation. So that's what I'm talking about. But that's the only one I right off the top of my head in the middle of a conversation that, that I knew we were going to lean into, but yet not as leaned as I am, that I didn't bring examples of what the difference is. But I do feel like at some point there are things that are different, and they need to figure out a way to make them fair or make them the same or make them, you know, across the board to everybody. And I don't know if that's community based, state based, or federal based. It's just hard to keep track, in my opinion, of what that is. So, oh, that's a tough conversation to have. I'm not prepared for that one. I'm not educated enough on that one. But anyway, I do want to get into, we've been talking for a little over 4 hours now, so I want to get into some of the like random fun stuff and like chat. Like I said, you guys come up with questions, feel free to ask them. Anything's on the table. We'll tell you if we're going to answer them or not, but ask whatever you want. We'll figure it out. I do want to do some lightning round questions. And lightning round to me is you could go, here's 2 answers, and then pick one and then go and like be done. But I like a little bit of elaboration in it. So like lightning round might not be so lightning. It might be like, here's 2 options, or here's like a question. Elaborate in your answer and feel free to like, let me know what you think. So I only have a few. I just wanted to have a little fun with it. But let me start with what's your favorite animal and why?
So it's a unique one. So either between a trash panda and a red panda.
What's the difference? I don't even know, to be honest with you.
So a trash panda is the nickname for a raccoon.
Oh, I did not know that. See,
so they're trash pandas. But a red panda is actually a form of panda. They're very actually small. They're about the size of a raccoon.
Mm-hmm.
The only country that you can have them as pets is technically China. But they're super awesome looking. If you just Google red panda, you'll understand. Literally, my Discord picture is a red panda.
I think I've seen a red panda. Yeah, I can see your picture right there too. Yeah.
Yeah, super awesome.
And why?
Because they're fucking awesome.
Because they're not just cute, but they just would be just cool to have.
Yeah, it's like having a panda that's the size of a cat.
That would. I don't know what the like. It would be super cool to have. I just like now I'm getting to the point where I want to like know how to like take care of one and like what to feed them and how to get that like that thing. But well, no, that would be kind of cool.
I wouldn't know how to feed them because I'm not moving to China.
So exactly, like, you can't have them anyway.
I can't have one as a pet.
Yeah. I feel like since I was little, I always liked the cheetah, the way it looks, the way it like it was always the fastest animal, but yet it really wasn't. It was like you can get up to speed quick, but it definitely after it gets to speed, the stamina's like so much that it would die off, and you know you better outrun somebody within the first like 30 seconds or a minute or two, and either that or you're gonna get caught. Because I don't know, I always liked the picture of cheetahs for some reason. If you had a choice between pizzas or burgers, which one would you pick?
Neither.
I want to hear why now.
Because you don't give someone a choice. Well,
welcome, Street Hawk
the
fan.
answer is you're giving me a choice, which means I have to choose one.
I mean, you did do the KFC and the other one, Chick-fil-A earlier, so that's what inspired some of these questions. What's up, Street Hawk? That's fair, Street Hawk. You're right. Maybe I had a thing for Chitara when I was little and never went away.
No, but if I had to choose between burgers and pizzas, it would definitely be pizza. There's so much more that you can do with pizza that you can't do with burger.
I agree, especially and you like live in one of the best areas for the best pizzas, so I can't imagine. No. You don't think there's where do you think the better place would be to get the better pizza?
Just depends. Like, so saying that it's the best pizza is not objective.
Oh, it's very
It's,
objective. Like, yeah.
It's subjective.
Yeah.
No, it's completely subjective.
Yeah.
Prime example. So a lot of places make quote unquote New York style pizza, right?
Mhm.
Which a New York style pizza is just a bigger slice of pizza that you have to fold in half
Yeah.
and all that good stuff because it's too big. So who's got the best New York style pizza? Huh. I would have to say out of the major chain
Mm.
companies, it's Little Caesars. You know why? Because they're the fucking cheapest.
Yeah, exactly.
And cheap always wins. I
Yeah.
don't give a shit what your pizza tastes like. If I can order 7 pizzas for the price of 2 pizzas, I'm ordering 7.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I get that. What is your
Like, unfortunately,
yeah.
people don't understand that when you get older, money makes like the price of something makes it better or worse.
Mhm. Yeah, I was trying to think of like what type of pizza I would go for. Like if I was going into a place, like what's my like favorite? Like when I've been to Chicago before and I've had the deep dish and it's really good, but I wouldn't say deep dish was my favorite. I would say something like simple, like just like some Italian sausage, like and cheese. Like I just like it just plain, like something simple, has a little flavor, and that's what I like. So what would be your go-to like for pizza wise?
What would be my go-to?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's tough because um honestly, let's go with an Alfredo sauce with Philly cheese and or Philly steak and bacon.
Mm, that would be good. Let's go with uh choice of indoor or outdoor activities.
Depends.
Okay. Feel free to go elaborate. Here's the best pizza is from Indian Takeaways, 12-inch. Oh. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, yeah. Big time. Oh, because yeah, you have I mean, he also lives in a different country, so that makes a difference for what you have too.
A 12-inch for $9? Yeah, too expensive. I can get a 12-inch for 6.9. Actually, hold on. I can get a 12-inch for $6.99 or a 14-inch for $7.99 as long as I take it out. But the $6.99, as long as I order 2 items, it's $6.99 for both items.
So
So realistically, I'm getting 2 12-inch 2-topping pizzas.
I was wondering two
Or
topping, like what topping, what toppings where it would be, yeah.
so I'm just saying, price does make a big difference if it's um but
All right, so the elaborate of the indoor or outdoor activities. Got it.
it depends. It depends on who I'm doing activities with. It depends on like I'm gonna tell you right now, I hate fucking doing outdoor activities in the middle of the fucking winter. You're not gonna catch me doing outdoor activities in the winter. Um, unless I'm doing them with like depends on the people.
Right. Like I'm kind of the same way when it like 120 degrees in Kuwait. I don't want to be outside. So that definitely in that instance, everything is inside. Like I don't want to be outside at 120 degrees for sure.
So realistically, it depends on who I'm doing it with, and it depends on what the activity is.
Mm-hmm. So what would be your
So
favorite activity outside and what would be your favorite activity inside? And sex is not one of them. You can't pick that one.
depends.
Yeah. All right.
It literally depends. So like outdoor activity, I would I love fishing, I love hunting, I like camping.
Mhm.
So technically, I can do all 3 at once. Um, but like I said, it just depends. Playing some sports, like I do like playing football. Like, let me rephrase that. I like playing foosball. Um,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. I know I put that
um,
restriction on their street hawk. It's okay.
so it just it really just depends.
Yeah, I always joke around about like everybody like makes fun of me when I say this, but like I'll play badminton with 4 great people, but I'm never going to play badminton with 4 negative, yelling assholes. like you know what I'm saying? Like, you're right. It all depends on what you're doing. I mean, yeah, certain activities for that one there. I have what's the most embarrassing thing you've ever done in public?
Define embarrassing.
What embarrassing to you? Are you embarrassed by anything that you've ever done? Or and if not, because I know you like sometimes you're like, I don't get embarrassed at all. I don't give a shit. What about what other people around you thought at the moment? And I didn't want to give you these questions because I wanted these to be fun and hard to come up with.
Most embarrassing thing I've ever done? Oof. That's tough. Because I've done a lot of things that are pretty bad.
Well, you don't have to tell them all, but you can just pick one for a good story.
Well, that's the whole point. Like, I'm trying to think which one.
Yeah. And chat, while we're thinking of one, feel free to come up with some spitfire questions too, because we're gonna come to an end here, and then I want to stop the recording for YouTube, and then we're gonna sit here and just bullshit, you know, because I want to give you guys a bonus of talking. If you're live, you're gonna get a little bit of a bonus for us talking and this and that, whatever. But I'll cut that recording on YouTube here in just a minute. But I want to get through these questions, so feel free to ask questions before I cut that up, because you're gonna run out of time here in a minute.
I would probably have to say, puking on my dates.
Oh,
that was pretty embarrassing.
I want to hear this story. Look what happened.
Well, it was kind of like, if you ever watched 40-Year-Old Virgin,
Mm-hmm.
it was kind of like that.
But
but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay.
So
the alcohol involved, I'm guessing, or not?
Oh, there was a lot of alcohol involved.
That's a yes.
Well, instead of it, like, what it was I turned my head, realized that the window wasn't down, and then I turned my head the other way. I wouldn't get it on myself.
Oh no. Well, I try to come up with questions where I can answer too, because you know I don't feel like I want to put everybody on the spot.
You don't have to answer. Just
press on. Okay.
Spitfire 'em. Come on, let's go.
Okay. What's your favorite dessert and why?
Oh, and the answer is because it's fucking cheesecake. I don't like cheesecake.
I was hoping
Simple as that.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Go, what's your favorite dessert? Cheesecake.
Yeah.
There's no explanation. It's cheesecake.
It's always cheesecake. Yeah. I was wondering if you'd say that or not. What is the stupidest dare you've ever agreed to?
Oof.
Now you're getting to the embarrassing part, but like, just like, if you ever,
it's not even embarrassing. Like, it's just things that are just like
stupid.
Okay.
Like, I can't believe I did that. Yeah.
Probably one of the stupidest things. Dancing on a grill in Class A shoes and underwear, and the grill was lit.
Oh my
And
god.
I'm spraying, like, I had the bottle of lighter fluid pointing downwards and squirting.
What? Was it like one of those like camper ones where it could like withstand that weight? Because like if it was my grill of back, I'd stand on that thing and that thing would crumble.
Yeah, it was like a campsite one where, so like, if you ever go to like a military, like,
oh yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah, with the pole and the concrete and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. where there's like 4 of them next to each other and stuff like that.
Oh
There's
yeah.
like, I was standing on one. It was lit, and I'm literally upside, like I've got the bottle of lighter fluid like this, and I'm spraying it downwards, and it's just like fire is coming, basically roasting my nuts. Like it's like singed all the hair off my legs. I'm pretty sure it singed the hair off my balls.
Oh my
I
god.
don't remember because this would be. Oh my god, this is almost. This would have been like 2008. So we're talking 16 years ago.
And that wasn't even in your adolescent years. That was you're a grown ass man when you made that decision too.
I mean, yeah, yes and no. I was only 20, so.
Yeah. Let me change it from something funny, stupid to this. Finish this phrase. The way to my heart is.
The way that my heart is.
Like the way to my heart. Like.
Oh, the way to my heart.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. Oof. Probably food.
Like.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely food. Like cooking for you. Like getting like the right meal for you and everything.
Nah, just bring me food.
Just bring you food.
It ain't gonna be cooked. Well, it's gotta be cooked, but it doesn't. You don't have to cook it. Just bring me food. Food that I want.
It's through my rib cage. I love it. Yeah, yeah. No, I get that for sure. Would you ever appear on a reality show, and which one would it be?
Yes.
Yeah. Which one and why?
Yes.
Like all of them?
Matter which. It doesn't matter which reality show.
Like you want to be on.
So,
one?
I guarantee you, it doesn't matter what reality.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I guarantee you, every last one of those fucking people are still getting paid to be.
Yeah, yeah.
They have to be. Because then there's no incentive to even do it.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
like prime example. Good example would be like, right?
Say that one again. Sorry.
You mean Survivor?
Survivor. Okay, yeah.
Okay. So you mean to tell me I have to live on this deserted island for a month and a half where I literally lose 20, 30 pounds because I'm not intaking enough calories to sustain my body weight?
Yeah.
Then I'm still having all these physical activities. I'm still having to deal with the weather, the climate, and all this stuff. And I'm getting paid $0 to do it with the possibility to win $1 million or something like that. That's nothing.
Yeah. There's.
I guarantee you, they are getting paid something.
Yeah, yeah.
It could be like $1,000 each that you make it.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, yeah. You have to be. Yeah, it have to be something more than just that. I get
exactly.
I would probably, and like when I look at this, like when I'm not huge, like I watch some of them, but not like a whole lot. I probably like, I don't know if it's a fear or it's like something that I wouldn't do, but I probably wouldn't do Naked and Afraid. Definitely if I was single, do the Bachelor or Bachelorette or whatever, like all those, whatever. Definitely do Big Brother. Survivor I could probably do, but I'm getting to the age where probably not. So like I'm trying to think of like one that would probably be like my top pick, and I think there's so many out there. I'd probably, if I had the right person, I'd probably do The Amazing Race. That'd be fun. That'd be probably the funnest one I've to do. That's one I would probably pick.
Well, like I said, it doesn't really matter. Like I would do whatever just because I know they get paid at least something to be on TV. Because there's no way they're not getting paid at least something.
Yeah, yeah. And then after the fact, like now that your show is over with, you got to be able to monetize yourself and that experience too. Like you're not just doing like there's a streamer I watch where he used to be on Big Brother Canada, and he streams and does this and still uses that as a platform. So you'll always be a part of that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you have a bucket list? And
Yes.
and then is there a few things that you're willing to share that's on it?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, sure, but I mean, yet again, because it's a bucket list,
Yeah.
know that some will never happen. Um, I'm trying to think of a good example of what one or what one thing that I would never be able to do, but it's on the bucket list is do you know who Jerry Ryan is?
Not that I would feel comfortable saying yes to. Name sounds familiar, but I'm not
Okay.
really sure.
Are you a Star Trek fan?
Yes. 7 and 9. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yes.
Nice, Tree Dog. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and she is, what is she now? She's in her 60s, I think, now, and she is still gorgeous.
Yeah. Like, wasn't
I mean, shit,
she? She was in
I think she has
like 7. Wasn't she in the
the reboot Enterprise.
Yeah, but the main character. Why am I drawing a blank on his name? Picard. Wasn't she in Picard?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm
sorry,
thinking.
Picard. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
She was in it.
Yeah. Like I think one of the things that used to be on my bucket list was a skydive, because I was always afraid to do it, and then one day I just like did it. Like, fuck it, let's cross this one off, and I did it. So like, it was nice.
And it wasn't that bad, was it?
No, my dumbass. This is me. My dumbass is, I was fine. I got up in the plane, and I was like Chewbacca with Yoda on my back, because it was a certain weight, and it had to be somebody that was lighter, like to balance that counterweight. So it was somebody like smaller than me in the back that has done so many times, and you had to do tandem, of course. And then like as I'm scooting out of the plane, my eyes close for a second. And then my body goes, well, you're already out of the fucking plane. Why the hell is your eyes closed? And then I opened them, and then I was fine. Like, I had so much fun doing it. I'm not sure I'd do it again. I mean, I would, like, it very, very rarely would happen unless, like, say my wife was wanting to do it and she didn't want to do it alone. I would do it with her, yes. But, like, I wouldn't do it by myself, just out of the blue again. But was nice to cross that off and have that done, and spend a shit ton of money to record it so I could prove to myself that I did it every now and then. So it was nice, but
like, yeah, that would definitely be one of my bucket. I mean, everyone's got a bucket list.
Yeah. Like the follow up on that one was the items that you can picture yourself on the bucket list. What would be like if you have, like, say you have 6 months, and say you can pick whichever one on this bucket list that you can accomplish, not like be with somebody or like whatever, like that stuff. Like, let's just use like skydiving as an example, like something you can cross off that says I can like go do this now within 6 months, and you're going to cross one off. Which one would it be?
It'd probably be a world tour.
Oh, like just to explore, like to travel around and do it, or like do you have one in mind? Because I mean, or just like, do you do it yourself or do it with other people, or like you want to see specific things?
It could be with other people. It could be by myself. But no, it'd be like go to each country, and like you said, if I had 6 months, I'd go to each country and spend 4 or 5 days, and then move.
That'd be super dope. Yeah.
Spend 4 or 5 days, move. 4 or 5 days, move, and just literally hit every place that I possibly.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
Because there's, what is it, 192 countries. So 192 countries with 6 months. that means you could spend right around 2 days in every single country.
Oh yeah. So you would now I'm intrigued now. So now that you're like thinking about this, what would be the first country you'd go to?
I don't know.
Okay. I was just curious if you had like one an example. I only have 2 left. Then we'll say our goodbyes in the YouTube channel, and then we'll come back and we'll just kind of bullshit for a little bit. And if you want to see more of these and then more of the outtakes, more of the stuff at the end, come here live, because you get more quality content while we're live, and we'll come and join us. But before we end here, tell me the difference and why you think one is more important than the other, street smarts or book smarts.
Street smarts, because street smarts is just a fancy word for saying common sense.
I agree to that. Yep.
So the best way that I can explain it is book smarts is the actual knowledge of it, whereas common sense is application of said knowledge.
Yeah, so I agree to that. Yep.
So the application is always going to be more important than the actual knowledge of it. You don't have to be knowledgeable of anything as long as you have common sense.
And you could be the smartest book smart person, but you can't walk out of the house because you have no common sense to do stuff. Like that's
prime example with that. I don't have to know. I don't have to know that murder is bad. I don't have to know that. All I need to know is killing's bad.
Yeah.
Because there is a difference between murder and killing. Okay? Well, let me phrase that. It's the exact opposite. I don't need to know that killing's bad. I just need to know murder's bad.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No, yeah.
So the common sense is murder is bad, but killing is okay. Like, killing is fine. It's just the common sense is, killing is fine. It's just murder's bad. Like, so the common sense is it's okay to do this. Just don't do it this way.
No, that's fair. I can see that. And then our last one before we cut the YouTube recording off is there a celebrity that annoys you the most and why?
Oof.
I know, right?
Oof. That's actually kind of hard. There's a lot that annoy the shit out of me.
Well, let's put it this way: like, if you went to go turn the TV on right now, and you saw one on TV, would you change the channel right away? Like, what would be one that you would be like, nope, don't want to do that. Like, nope, I'm never gonna be watching that channel because of that person's on it, or like, I'll come back to the channel, but as long as that person's not on it.
There's so many. No, there's legitimately so many.
Well, I could change.
Honestly, anytime that I see fucking Biden, it's immediate change.
Yeah.
Because I cannot listen to that man talk. I really can't.
No, that's fair. No, I just like cannot listen. You give him kudos that you consider him as a celebrity because I like it.
Well, no, because what's the definition of celebrity?
And that's right. Like known around, like somebody that is popular enough where you show someone a picture, they know who it is. That's, to me, that's celebrityism. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I understand that. We're going to talk a little bit more, but before we go, again, I want to say thank you so much for, doing this. I know we do this once a month. We sit down we always plan just a little bit over an hour. We always sit down and end up talking way longer than we even think about. So I appreciate that. You're the we've done many co-hosts before, and you're the third one that's changed into more of an interview format versus just, hey, come on, we're just going to talk and play games together. So I appreciate that. You weren't afraid to, answer any questions. When we said, hey, you want to do this? You didn't hesitate. You're like, yep, I want to do this, and for not being on camera for very long on the channel, or like not even at all on this channel, at least, you said, yep, I'll turn it on. Let's talk. And it's bullshit. So I thank you so much. I would say, where are they going to find you? But you don't stream, but someday you might. So I'll give them the option to follow. That's why I have the name underneath you. So if you want to, follow him, if you eventually start streaming again, that you drop the channel. So Rooster, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me that you came on and weren't afraid to talk. So I appreciate it. Any final words before we cut the taping for YouTube and just sit here and bullshit a little bit afterwards?
You're more than welcome to donate to me any amount of money.
There you go.
You can donate to my GoFuckMe page. Yes, there we go.
I was gonna say, we could set up a donation page in the comments when this YouTube channel is released. So if we do ever create one, look down in the description of the video and you'll see that. So that'd be super hilarious. So and just want to again, thank you, everybody that's in chat that was here live asking questions. Thank you so much. We're gonna cut it right here, and I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.